Today we will build a Todoist clone with React Native, SQLite and all the latest and greatest technology. We will incorporate subscriptions and paywalls using RevenueCat, we will use error monitoring and session replays from Sentry, and we will use user authentication from Clerk. On top of that, we will of course work a lot with Expo and Expo Router and use different layouts and navigation patterns and shared components, and of course great packages like Reanimated, Drizzle, native bottom tabs, React hook form, MMKV and so much more. As always, you can find all the code on GitHub linked right below this video. And all of this was made possible by three epic companies. First is RevenueCat, which is the easiest way to use in-app purchases, subscriptions and paywalls in your app. I use RevenueCat in my own apps and you can try it for free up until 2.5k monthly tracked revenue. That is really a lot. Once set up, you can simply monitor your MRR and let the money come in. Use the code linked below this video so they know Simon sent you. The second company is Sentry, which is the best application monitoring software you can use for your apps. Sentry is more than just error reporting, and we're gonna see some powerful advanced features like the new session replay in action in this clone. Sentry has saved me personally many times because no amount of debugging can protect you against all the bugs your users might encounter. Link to Sentry is also in the description, and you can get 3 months free on the team plan when you sign up for a new account. Finally, we have Clerk, which we've used in I think every clone so far. Clerk is the best user management platform you can use. And you will once again see how easy it is to set up and use Clerk, but also how many great features you get by using Clerk. It's getting better all the time, and we will use Clerk to easily set up login with Apple and Google today. Link to Clerk also right under this video so you can support me by using them so I can create more of these giant free videos for you in the future. If you want even more support with your React Native apps, also check out galaxies.dev, which is my own school. Galaxies is really the only online school 100% focused on React Native and personal support. I would love to see you inside, and now let's take a quick look at the different sections of this clone. In the first part, we're gonna set up our own dev client. That means we're gonna use Expo pre-build and we're not relying on Expo Go, so we then have our own application that is installed on the simulator, emulator or device that you can launch and use the Expo dev client. In the second part, we're gonna implement authentication using Clerk so we can have continue with Apple, Google in our application, and we can easily use these to sign in to our application and create user accounts. In the third part, we're going to talk about the tab bar in our application, and specifically using a native tab bar, which has a slightly shift between the different elements, so a different form of routing for our app. In part 4, we're going to build some helpful reusable components. We're going to use the context menu from Zego to add a button like this to all of our pages up here with different actions, and we're going to also add a little fab button that we can include on all of our pages. In part 5, we're going to see how to work with SQLite in a modern way. So we're going to use Drizzle as the ORM on top of our Expo SQLite database, and we will even have some cool debugging capabilities with this DevTool plugin where we can easily browse the data and change it of our app. In part 6, we're gonna then tackle this list here. So this is a section list where we have it grouped by date. We're gonna also create our own reusable components, including bouncy checkbox and the different colors of a project, so we can render this in multiple places of our app. In part 7, we're going to implement Sentry as performance monitoring and error tracking for our application. So we will be easily able to see all the errors that happen in our application in production mode. And we will also dive into the debugging capabilities of using source maps, of relating this to the exact line of code, and also talking about session replays, a pretty epic new feature of Sentry. In part 8, we're going to get practical and talk about managing our projects. So right here, we will be able to use another context menu to delete projects, and we're going to implement a little wizard where we can select a color and add new projects to our application. In part 9, we're going to talk about subscriptions for our app. So we implement a pro mode using subscriptions and RevenueCat. We will do this with an epic functionality from RevenueCat called Paywalls, which allows us to, with one click, open something that we actually defined in the browser. So this paywall was entirely designed in the browser in RevenueCat, and we can use this to display our products and simply change them from the outside. In part 10, we will then dive into our form sheet and how we create new elements with this form sheet, which is not a default bottom sheet and which has a horizontal scroll and different input fields. In part 11, we will extend this view and we're going to implement the Datepicker view, which also allows us to have either a Datepicker at the bottom or use one of these quick actions and use different values and different colors across our pages. In part 12, we will then wrap it up by implementing a modal overlay from which we can select a project for an upcoming task, and we will also make this reusable. So we can just click on one of our tasks and pre-fill this using React hook form and the same component that we created before. In part 12, we will tackle the upcoming view and use a cool calendar component to have this expandable calendar at the top and an agenda list below it. And you're going to be surprised how easy it's going to be to implement this. Part 14 is a little something in which we will be able to change our app icons. So once we do this, we will be able to automatically and dynamically change our app color to the preferred version of a user. So like this, I can change from default to blue or to black and back to the default. And finally, to wrap up this clone, we're gonna implement a swipe gesture on our rows. We're gonna make this not only easily open up the calendar selection in a smooth way, and we're gonna also implement how the line or an item could collapse and just decrease the height, but we will also implement a haptic feedback once we reach a certain threshold using an animated reaction. All the links below to the sponsors where you can create your accounts that you can use, and also to the code on GitHub. And now let's build our Todoist clone. All right, so let's get started with our application. In fact, I bootstrapped the app already because it took quite some time to set it up and I wanted to save some minutes. But for you, you can get started with Create Expo app using the latest version and just name your project whatever you prefer. I call it Todoist clone. Once your project is set up, you should also install the Expo Dev client. I'm going to show you why in a second. It just makes debugging and like working with your app a tiny bit nicer. The experience is just a tiny bit better. Then in your new project, what you want to run is a little script. So usually you get like a big project with like a lot of example stuff. So you want to run the reset project script. You can do this by running npm run reset project. This will just wipe out the app folder and move it to an app example folder. Things you want to do as well in this first initial part are adding in the constants with all of our colors and also copying over the assets from GitHub. So you want to add these to your project. So we got like some icons in here and the Todoist logo. They of course don't belong to me, but we could probably use them for our clone here. Now, the last thing you should do is check out your app.json, because right now I'm using Expo SDK 52, which means the new architecture from React Native is enabled by default. This won't really change how we build our app. I just want to put it here so you know what's going on, because this might cause trouble with other libraries that are not yet ready for that. Additionally, you want to make sure that you also got this splash icon. I will hopefully take care of adding this correctly, otherwise our app might break. And you probably also want to add a config plugin here for the Expo Dev launcher. I encountered some really strange iOS build issues if I didn't have this in here, so I don't think it's required, but this will make it also a bit easier to launch our app. Now, once you're at this point, how do you get your app on a device? Now, you might have heard about Expo Go and like it's that easy to use it. And yes, we could do this and probably get along for like a couple of the sections here. But Expo Go is really just a sandbox debugging environment for testing out things really quickly. If you want to build an app, you usually need other libraries that are not part of the Expo Go application. Therefore, what you want to do is you want to do a pre-build of your app. So you can run npx expo pre-build and then -p, either iOS or Android. This will generate the native folder. As you can see, I already got my iOS folder. Probably my head is covering this right now down here, but you could also do this for Android. If you're on Windows, you actually can't do this for iOS, okay? you can only use the EAS cloud build services and deploy it to an iOS device. It's a bit more challenging. You can do this, yes, but probably you're just gonna rely on Android. Now, once you get your pre-build in place, there's just one command that you need for the rest of this course to run your app, and that is npx expo run. You're gonna follow this up with either iOS or Android. This would place your app in the simulator or emulator, and if you add -d, you can also deploy it directly to a connected device. However, I think for most of the functionality, we can rely on the emulator. So I'm already running this command right here. Let's see, can we see some logs? This should show using development build, so we don't want to switch to Expo Go. We definitely want our nice development build. QR code, yeah, that's nice, and it's installed on my device. And you can confirm this by simply going to your index file, which your app directory hopefully looks like this after you run npm reset project. And then you say hello world. And you see live reload of our application is perfectly working. So make sure you got all these things aligned. You've got the resources, the assets, the constants, your dev build is working, you got live reload here in place. And once you got this, we can continue with the first functionality, which is our login. Okay, so we're gonna start by adding Clerk to our application for user authentication. Clerk is one of the sponsors of this video, and I use Clerk in pretty much all the clones before because it's really, to me, the best user management platform. It's not only about authentication. I keep hearing people saying, oh, authentication, that's so easy, but it is more about user management with Clerk. So you can actually get started for free. Just give it a try and see how it fits for you. So I'm here in my dashboard and I can now just create a new application. I'm gonna call this the Todoist video. We're gonna use, I don't know actually what we're gonna use, like Apple and Google Auth and maybe eBay. But you can anyway change this later. So let's hit continue and then select your framework. So we will go with Expo. There are a couple of commands here. This is more for creating an entirely new application and adding React DOM, React Native Web. We don't really need this as we're not building for the web. However, there are two commands that we definitely need to run. So let's do this together. I will also kill my server here because that's not required right now. So the first one is to install the Clerk Expo package. This is the first one that we need. And as far as I know, this is not yet, or at least not currently, installing a secure storage package. And you want to have the secure store installed as well, because then Expo Clerk can then use the secure store to store the JWT that you get after logging a user in. Okay, npm install super fast today again. That's great. Maybe we're gonna continue already in the meantime, because we also need a new file. We need a .env file here at the root of our project, and in that we're gonna copy over our Clerk key. So Expo public Clerk publishable key. This is a key that can be used in our front-end application. That is totally fine. Is there anything else we need to do? Well, we now need to wrap Clerk around our application. So maybe let's already get started with this. I don't know why the npm installation is unbelievable slow today, but we should be able to add this. So let's go to our layout. Let's bring a couple of things in. So this is looking now for my key. If it doesn't exist, we're gonna throw an error. That's fine. And we're gonna restructure this a tiny bit. So we're gonna actually have a bit of different layouts later on. So I wanna do one that I will call initial layout. And that will just make it easier to wrap certain things. This will just return a stack for the moment, but this is not returned. Instead, we're gonna have another root layout down here. And this will now use our Clerk provider to wrap our initial layout. I would even go another step and say we can use Clerk loaded around this. This makes sure that Clerk is correctly set up before we use it. Now it's also installed, and I can finally follow up with the second command, which is npm install expo secure store. Whoa, that one was faster. Okay, with that in place, we once again need to run our run command. Again, use iOS or Android, whatever you prefer. Now, if we check out the Clerk documentation, we see at this point it brings in the Expo Secure Store package, and it also defines a little token cache bit. We can make that even better. I don't know if they have the code for that token cache in here. Apparently, yeah, kinda. It's kinda this code up here. Let's do this in its own file. I feel better about doing this in its own file. So let's call this one cache.ts. In that cache.ts, we can use that code. So maybe you're gonna use all of that and just bring it in for the moment. We don't actually need Expo navigation. I haven't seen that package before. That should be Expo Router. Or do they know something I don't know? Interesting. Anyway, let's say we call this one here const create token cache, and so we make it a functional export here, and then we gonna wrap everything with return. Okay, that looks better. So now we export this object. We don't really need this. We just need to implement these. So now we can pass this function to Clerk, and it will use the secure under the hood when it's calling get token or save token. Okay. Also, they had a nice little line. I found this really helpful. So let's say we're gonna export our const token cache only if the platform is not web, because on the web you don't have secure store, or at least as far as I know you don't have it. So this should make it clear. If you want to, you can even type this correctly. So I could now use the token cache here as the type, and then we have the right typings. Okay, this is our cache. You can also grab this file, by the way, from GitHub if you're lazy. Feel free to do this. And then we're gonna go back to my top layout file. I'm gonna say, hey, please use the token cache. How did I call this? Token cache from my utils. Cool. All right, I think we should probably export default root layout, otherwise we won't see anything. And now we should have an app up and running with Clerk, probably. I think we did most of this. So let's give it a try. The smallest problem is now that we need to use our own sign up flow, because you can't use, or you can't yet use, the components from Clerk. This will work in the future. So in the future, you will have something like just a sign in button. And I'm pretty much looking forward to that when that finally hits Expo as well, or React Native platforms. So far, no users. So let's see how we can change that. For this, let's head over to our index. This will become our login page. And we can now do this a bit side by side, I guess. And we might also change the header of our application, right? So for my index page, I want to affect this here. In the initial layout, we can add another entry for my index page. So the name is always the name of the file. We're going to talk more about Expo Router as we move along. But for the moment, let's say we're going to use options header shown false. Okay, that gets rid of the header. And I can also define a general styling here using screen options. Actually, we could even do this in there. I think all the screens we have will have the header shown set to false. But what I wanted to do is I want to set the content style here. And I want to set the background color within that object. So if you set this to red, all your pages would by default have a red background. However, that's of course not the one I want. I want the one from our constants file and then background. So this is like a slight gray. And this will now be the default background color of our pages. Am I zoomed in correctly? I feel like I'm not zoomed in correctly. Oh, we are. Okay, so you should see everything. Okay, good. Let's go back. Let's close most of the stuff. We have our env, we have all of that, and let's implement the actual login. We've done this a couple of times. If you've watched one of the other clones, which I highly recommend, they all contain like their own little nuggets of knowledge. And we're gonna start by getting the start OAuth flow from use OAuth from the Clerk Expo package. Additionally, what we want to do here is we want to define the right strategy. So we're gonna use two strategies. We're gonna use Apple and Google. We already should get completion for that. So let's use this one called Apple. Now I want to do this as well with Google. However, then we would have conflicting names. So you can just change this by assigning it a different name. We're gonna just call this Google OAuth here. And then we have already sailed around that. Let's add a little function to handle the Apple OAuth. This will, let's put this in a try catch block. I feel better about that. So let's try to grab some information using await start OAuth flow. And what we should be able to get is the created session ID and set active. This will be important to actually update our current session. If we get back a session at this point, otherwise we would anyway run into the catch block, but let's anyway check. If we have created or get back a created session ID, we will call set active. So this will locally set the user as active using the current session ID. Otherwise, we're just gonna log out an error. And then we're gonna just copy this over and call this one handle Google OAuth and change this to our Google OAuth. We can also change this, but basically it's the same. Why didn't we could probably do this in one function. I know, but that is just like confusing things. I don't want to make it any more confusing. Let's keep it like this is. Also, we will have link to like a FAQ or something. You're gonna have this in all your apps. So let's add a simple open link function here. We'll just call this async function, and then we're going to use the web browser. Can we get an auto import for that? No, I didn't expect that. Okay, so we should have access to the web browser from Expo web browser. I think this is installed by default in every project. So with that in place, you can just call await open browser async. In my case, I will not use any URL here. I will just use galaxies. All right. With that in place, let's head over to our app. I'm gonna use my little style sheet down here and add the style sheet import. I hope this is even faster in the future because Cursor merged with like Super Maven or something. Happened a couple of weeks ago when this video goes live. So I'm really looking forward to that. Anyway, right now we're gonna use it as it is. So let's do some container styling. And my container should have actually nothing like this. It should just have like gap between the elements and some margin top of maybe 20 or so. Okay, that's good. Now we're with our text up here. So we probably should consider our save area up here. Because we didn't display a header, we need to calculate that in, but that's not a big issue. You can always get the top value using use save area insets from the React Native save area context package. And if you then go down to your styling, you can just say, hey, please use for padding top this top value, and then it should always work no matter on which platform you are running. Okay. The first one we then add is an image. Let's hope that we get the import right. We can require this from, and we can actually use add assets, images, and I call this one Todoist-logo PNG. Nice. We got that one. Let's add a bit of styling here. I want to actually use for this one just a height of 40. Let's apply this styling. Okay, now we just need to make sure that it like contains everything. So let's change the resize mode to contain. And I of course want to have it in the center. So let's say align self center. Good, that was a good start. Now the second one is a bit bigger image. This one should be from our folder, the login PNG. And this one, oh, there's no login PNG. In fact, there is no login PNG. That's right. Let's bring this in. Here it is. Okay, that's a bit small. So let's add another styling here, banner image. And I'm going to change this to the banner image. Actually, we could probably make this even a bit bigger. Yeah, that should be fine, I guess. We're going to container center as well. Yeah, looks good to me. Now comes the actual container with our login buttons. So we're gonna call this one, let's call this one button container. Okay, and we're gonna have some buttons in here. We of course don't have the button container yet. Let's use a gap of 20 and also some margin horizontal of like 40. So we have a bit of space from the sides. In this container, we're gonna wrap a couple of touchable opacities. Those will be used to click. So for example, this one, we can just put in an icon now. Okay, I notice I'm a bit too fast. You don't have to leave a comment. I already noticed it myself. I'm too fast. Okay, add the import for the icon. So this is the funny thing. If you start using cursor, you're just constantly pressing tab, tab, tab because it just completes to really good code and exactly what I want to see. But anyway, we don't have the button styling yet. So let's add this. Ooh, this is not what I wanted. Let's add the button styling down here. Actually, button container is what we wanted first of all. Oh, we do have the button container and we do have the button. Yeah. So my button should actually have a flex direction row. Can we already see something of that button? Nope, we can't. Let's not use white color. Then we're maybe even able to see something, right? And here is the start of our beautiful button. Oh, it's already connected to our function. We need to be careful here. Okay, this one should get like the button text styling, and my button text could be something like font size. Let's use actually 20. Let's make this a bit bigger. And for the font weight, you can use bold. Is bold and 500 is a tiny bit lighter than bold. Okay, flex direction row. I want to align item center, justify content center. I want to have a bit of padding, and I definitely want to have a border. So I want to have a border width that is pretty fine. So not one. I want to use style sheet hairline width. And my border color comes, of course, from the colors object. And I think I have something like a light border. Didn't we add colors already? Is it colors? Light border? What is... Didn't we add... Oh, we added it probably in a different file. Okay, yep. Sorry about that one. Light border now. Okay, this is a really light border. Probably... You can't even see this on the recording, but it is correct, I think. I want to have gap between my items as well, so they're separated a bit. And for the border radius, let's use 6. So just to make it clear, the border is here. It's just very, very thin. All right, give it a bit more padding here, and then we're, I think, good to go. And we can just copy this over now. So I want to do this 3 times. For the second time, I want to use handle Google OAuth, continue with Google. I want to use the Google logo. And for the third one, I will just actually not handle this in any specific way. But we could easily have continue with email in here. And then you had something like, I don't know, is there like an email logo? Yeah, something like this. All right, that's looking good already. Now, there's one more thing I wanted to add, but it's pretty boring. So let me just bring this in. This is also kind of not necessary. I wanted to have this little text down here. And if you want to have links in your text, you need a bit of formatting. So this is the kind of formatting I used. For the general description, I just used a small font size and a light color. And for a link, I will then use the text decoration underline. So if we use this, we get something like this and this. And if we check out our code, you see that we got the text, and then this text actually has an on press. So on press, open link, and just like this here. And with that in place, you can now go here and it would open up in the browser and you're not even leaving your application. So usually that's a good way of having like your privacy policy, terms of service or whatnot integrated in your app. Good. At this point, I think we're actually good to go. Let's see, are we logging out a couple of things? We can also use the new dev tool. So let's press J here to bring up the new React Native Dev tools, which come up in a new window. Oh, nice. I got a couple of issues here. Failed to fetch source map. Yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen that before with the source map. But in general, yeah, in general, we are fine. So let's give this a try. I will use, I don't know, it doesn't really matter. I will use Google for the moment, so I can now sign in. All right, I jumped through all the hoops, I think, of making sure I'm verified. And now I can finally see I have a created session ID up here. And hopefully, if we check out our Clerk instance, there should be a new user in our dashboard. Right, here's the user, verified, even the image immediately grabbed. I used Google for the sign-in, but of course you could also use Apple sign-in. And with that, we are ready to dive further into our application. So this is the login experience, which makes it really easy for the user to sign in. I think our code is also pretty clean for that. And to make sure the rest of our app is protected, we need to add a couple more pages, and then we can come back to our layout and like check our session and make sure only authenticated users are allowed. We're gonna come back to that, but now we need to work on a tab. To make our app feel as native as possible, we're gonna now use a special library for the bottom tabs, which is called React Native Bottom Tabs. This will give us a more native feeling for our tab bar over the usual JavaScript implementation. So even on iOS, you can see this small fade between the screens, and this is what we want to have. So let's use Oscar's great library by installing it first of all in our application, npm install React Native Bottom Tabs. And then we should also add this as a plugin with a config plugin to our app.json. Let's check it out. Just place it somewhere here. React Native. Actually, we don't really need like it to be an array, but anyway, I think let's do it like this. That should be fine. Additionally, you also need to enable static linking for iOS by adding use frameworks in Expo build. Did I add this before? I honestly can't remember doing this. I didn't do this before. Should we be crazy and not do it? I don't know. Honestly, don't know. Do we even have Expo build properties already installed? Expo build? No, we don't have that. Let's try it without. If it's not working for you, make sure you add Expo build properties and do this step. I think it should be fine. Okay, so the usage with Expo Router is interesting, and then we need to create a little wrapper. Let's do this. Let's create a folder components. Components, and within components I will do a new file tabs.tsx. Okay, we can copy this code over and it should mostly get the job done. So this is just using the with layout context function from Expo Router and then using this create bottom navigator. However, I found that this sometimes leads to TypeScript issues, so I have it a little bit different way. It's pretty much the same, but this time I'm also using some of the types in here, and that helped me a bit better, to be honest. Now, let's see how we can structure our application, and then we can put it to use. So right now, this is our app. Let's do new folders. I'm gonna do, first of all, an authenticated folder. Authenticated, don't make any mistakes at this point, Simon. And then I will do another folder within that I will call tabs. Okay, so inside of the authenticated folder, I will actually already do an underscore layout file. Why, you might ask? Well, I'm not 100% sure if we need it at this point, but we're gonna definitely need this later, because we will not only have tabs, we will also have things that are above the tabs. So if we want to display a modal, we're gonna define a little stack up here, and that will help us to handle the modals that we're gonna use in our app or in the tab bar later. Let's see, we're gonna probably remove a couple of things, and we might have to actually set our same styling, but this time I want to use the content style background color white. Additionally, for the tab bar, we will soon have to disable the header, but we can get there, or we can do this once we get there. We should already also be able to bring up our reload, so let's do this, and then we're gonna notice when the reload takes place. Now, let's define our layout.tsx for the tab bar. Now, you can use this code here, but that might throw an issue. Also, we really need this, right? Yeah, static libraries. We really need this. I didn't expect that, to be honest, but here we are. Let's add npx expo install expo. Is it called just expo build properties? I hope so. Let's add this one, and then let's take Oscar's code. I didn't have to do this before. I swear I didn't. Anyway, let's try. So let's go back to the app.json, and then we have already a line for expo build properties. Let's just do it manually here. So this should be an array, iOS use frameworks static, and then let's do the fun again. We might have to do a clean rebuild to apply the config plugin. Sometimes that's required, but maybe it already works. Nah, it's of course not. So let's do an npx expo prebuild iOS -- clean. So we're wiping out the entire iOS or Android folder in your case, and then we're just gonna trigger the rebuild again. That might take a minute or two, but sometimes that's required if these config plugins change something internally in your application. This is now installing the pods, and then I can run my app hopefully again soonish. Okay, let's get back to our tabs layout. In the tabs layout, I already was about to copy this from Oscar. So for Expo Router, here was an example that looked like this. In my case, I called this file, I think, just tabs. So this is my component, and it looks pretty much like you would use Expo Router. That is the cool thing about bottom tabs. You don't really need a lot of changes, and it should mostly just work. Now, one problem is that if I now add a new file, like let's say, I don't know, home.tsx, this file won't have the appropriate header. So this might happen in the future of this library. It's still very early days for it. I'm just checking in. But what we can do, or what we have to do, is we have to create a bunch of folders for all the tabs, and they all have their own layout, okay? So let's start. We're gonna do a new file. There's going to be a browse tab, and within this, we're gonna have the index.tsx. These files will be pretty empty. So React Native functional export page. We're just gonna keep the stuff in here for the moment. And then what we need to define here as well is a new file underscore layout.tsx, React Native functional export layout. And within this one, we're gonna define their own stack. You might have seen this before if you have tabs with their internal stack. So in one tab, you can usually dive into a details page. Then you would follow this pattern anyway, even with Expo Router. In this case, we just also have to do it for all the other files, but shouldn't be a big issue. So essentially, all of our tabs should have its own folder like this with a layout file and an index file. So therefore, I should be able to copy this. We're gonna have a search tab. Yeah, of course. Yeah, come on. We're gonna have a today tab. We're gonna have an, oops, that was my mistake, an upcoming tab. And we have anything else? I think we have 4 tabs and then our layout file. Yeah, that looks good to me. So with our 4 tabs in place, we can now also change this. So the first one is my today tab. That's the one I want to have in the first place. It should use title today. Then we're gonna have upcoming. This should have the title upcoming. And then let's do 2 more of these. Okay, so the third one is search with search, and then we have browse and browse. Okay, so you see all of them are currently using SF symbols. If you're on a Mac, you can install the SF symbols app. That's actually pretty helpful to figure out the available symbols. If you're using the library, you can by now also, as far as I know, use SVGs. Is there anything about this in the documentation? Let's see. Use it with Expo Router. See the React Navigation Integration Guide. Well, not too much yet. But rest assured that you can also use your own SVGs at this point. In my case, I will just change this so we get different icons based on whether the tab bar icon is focused or not. So in here, you can actually access focused, and then you can do something like this. So if it is focused, I want to use something like calendar.circle.fill, and otherwise I want to use the calendar circle. Here I will just use for the moment the calendar, and I really hope this app is working now. That would be pretty cool. For search, I want to do the same stuff. Oops. So getting focused here and here, and if it is focused, I want to use text.magnifying glass, and otherwise just magnifying glass. Is this unknown? Oh, it's an unknown word. Okay, that is not an issue. And then again, focus in here, and I want to use the doc text image. Okay, so now how do we actually reach this? We should probably go back one level above, which is not this one, but this one at the root. In here, we need to check if the user is authenticated, because right now the user should actually or might be authenticated. Maybe, I don't know exactly. So we're gonna add is loaded, and also the current user is signed in state using use auth from our clerk package. Then we can add a use effect block in here, depending on is loaded and is signed in. And I also want to make sure that if this is not loaded yet, I will return an activity indicator or some kind of view, because otherwise if you return null, I had some issues in the past. I also want to disable this here for the moment, and then add the missing imports from React Native. Cool. Okay, let's see if the user, if it is loaded, we can probably escape this early. If not is loaded, we're just gonna return. Otherwise, I wanna log, yeah, is loaded and is signed in. So we get is loaded true and is signed in. That's nice. So that means if the user is signed in, and we're currently accessing this page, I automatically want to bring the user to the right inside place. Therefore, I will add the const router equals use router from Expo Router. Oops, that was another one. Okay. And if the user is signed in, and on this page, we're gonna navigate to my inside area. This is not correct. We might have to add tabs as well. We have no redirect, so let's go to, I think the first one is like today. Okay, that fixes this. And this one should just go to / to our root page. Now, how do we check for the current page? Well, we can also bring in the segments and the path name. So let's get them. Segments equals use segments, and const path name equals use path name. All of these imports are from the Expo Router package. And now we can do this more granular. So let's check if the user is currently accessing a page in the auth group. So then it would show up in my segments. I can also put a little log here for the segments and the path name. So segments was empty, path name was string. So if the user is signed in and not checking in the auth group, then we should bring the user to the inside area. Maybe I'm gonna do an else if here just to be sure. So if the user is not signed in and trying to access something in the auth group, or let's be precisely, let's say if the path name is equal to /, then I will route the user back to here. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. So we already see we were moved to the inside area. What is this? But we have a duplicate header. That always comes if you have like some stack in between here. So now this is the layout which is next to the tabs. So it is in the authenticated folder. And here you want to make sure that for all of our tabs, we disable this. So stack, stack.screen. Let's close this so everyone's happy again. This should be my tabs group, and I want to have the options header shown false. Good. So at this point, we are able, you can actually see, notice up here, you're gonna see this light bump here. If you're on iOS, this is like the shifting in of that view. We also see the tab bar seems to work generally. The text is the same because we have the same page everywhere. Let's add some styling. There was an option that was called ignores top save area. I think that was required for some of the things we're gonna do in a second. Then we have screen options, of course. In my screen options, I want to set the tab bar active tint color. So my code completion here is really spotty. That's a pity. Is it import colors from colors? Okay, this changed this to a nice red. And we can also set the inactive color to a bit darker color. So now we can control this entirely like we want. And one thing I highly recommend is you set haptic feedback enabled. So now if you navigate on a real device, you're gonna get a bit of haptic feedback. This is really awesome. I think this is by now also included in Expo Router, but here we just need to set it with haptic feedback enabled. Cool. Now, while we're here, I would say we sketch out how all of the views should look, because some have like an input at the top, some don't. So let's configure all of these things right now. Let's begin with the today page. This one has a stack. Yep, that's correct. And for the screen options of this one, let's see. We're gonna definitely add my index here. And for the screen options, I want to set this to header shadow visible false, so that removes the border up here. And I want to use my background color. Especially for this index page, I will now set the title to today, because we haven't actually set the title. So it changes the title. And I want to use the header large title effect that we know from iOS. So now I should be able to get this. The only thing I need to take care of now is that in my index page, I would have to accord for like scrolling and then making sure it pops up there. But we're gonna get there once we talk about that page. For the moment, there's one more thing. I wanted to include some reusable components up here. So we could say header right, and well, we could add a button, of course. That would be an idea, but I want to have my own components. So I will already call this the more button.tsx. Okay, let's just put it in here, and then on this page I will use the more button. Okay, we're gonna figure out what's going on with that button in a second or later. For the moment, let's keep it. Let's go to the upcoming tab. On the upcoming layout, I want to do pretty much the same. So let's just copy this for the moment to upcoming layout. And what I want to say here is I think I will get rid of this. And this one has the title upcoming. I want to set the header shadow visible to false, but I will not use the header large title. So now this is one page, here's the next page. So you see a slight difference on the pages. That should give us a nice effect in the app. Then what's the next one? Search. So on the search tab, we're gonna do something specific. Let's go to the search layout and paste this in again. This should of course be search. I want to use the header large title again. I will not use the header right in this case, but I want to have a search bar. And to get that, we can do this in here. We can actually say header search bar options, and then we can say placeholder, something like tasks, projects, and more. Okay, and then we have our nice colored our input here. I want to also change the color of this. So you can do this with the tint color property. I'm going to set this to my primary color, and then this matches perfectly with our layout. Pretty cool. By the way, for this page to like work better, let's go into the index once and add something that looks like this. Okay, so I'm gonna do it like this. I'm gonna add an empty fragment, and then I'm gonna add a scroll view. Well, we can also leave this fragment for the moment, but the most important piece is if you have this header large title, that you set the content inset adjustment behavior to automatic. With that in place, you see I can now scroll and the big title goes into the header. Additionally, I don't really need the text in here. We can just keep that view. We will probably not do a whole lot. I just wanted to show you that to get the header large iOS title to work, you need to wrap your view with some kind of scrollable component. All right, we got 3 pages. We got some shared buttons. I also want to have a fab button on all of these pages. That's what I forgot about, right? So let's add this fab.tsx. Okay, we'll just keep it like it is. And I will now place this next or in like this. And we're going to do this on the other pages as well. So this will be absolutely positioned. So we have like a reusable fab button. And we're going to do this as well on the other pages. But I'm not going to come back here for the moment. So let's leave this. And there's one last page missing, which is the browse page. This will actually get later a bit more love. For the moment, we can just change our stack as we did before. All right. So I'm going to import my header shadow visible fault. What is missing here? Let's see, is there anything missing? Stack screen. Okay, better. But for the index page, we again set my options. So title should be browse. Header, just set the header right to my more button. Okay. Or we might actually have a specific. We will not use the header more button in this case. We're going to use something else. Let's do this just in here because I don't want to do like too many things. Let's do a header left. And for the header left, I want to grab the current user. So we can use, let's do equals use user from Clerk Expo. And then, oh, avatar image? Does this exist anywhere? I'm not aware of that. So I want to set an image. Using the user image URL and then some styling. Okay, we can probably add this styling here and then add my, this should be header left. Oops, header left. Yes, that looks better. Probably need to add image from and style sheet from React Native. Cool, now I got my header image. I love it. And let's do a second one. This will be header right. This one will actually return a link component using the Expo Router link. This will probably go to some sort of settings page. I just don't have that page yet. So that's why we might get into some trouble here. But we might be able to already place this in here. Okay, so my link, probably gonna disable this for the moment. But this is how the page should look like. All right, I think we've done it. So we've got our inside page, and maybe there's one more thing. Maybe we're gonna do a quick logout button on the browse page. So let's get const sign out from use auth from Clerk Expo. And we're just gonna add a quick and dirty button here and bring in the button import. So let's check it out. Again, inside area, this page looks good. This one even has a search bar. This one has some buttons, and signing out is not entirely doing its job yet. So up here, oh, if it is not signed in, and oh, this should probably be not equals to that, right? yeah, and unequals to that, then we should be here. All right, let's do it again. We can log in. I hope it's reusing my information now, and I'm easily signed in. It brings me inside and we can sign out, but we don't want that. We want more functionality, so let's implement our reusable components. Before we dive into like the data structure and actually adding to-dos to our app, let's focus on 2 reusable components and integrate some cool behavior in them, because I think that's pretty cool. And also, I just noticed that this area up here is totally uninteresting for you. So if I do it like this, you saved at least 5% of the screen estate, right? And they could maybe do it even like this, and then you would see even more of my code. Wouldn't that make sense? I think it does. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna add is Zigo, a library by Fernando Rojo. Beautiful native menus for React Native and web. This is a library I think I used in like most of the clones because it's really amazing. Let's go ahead with npm add Zigo. And then we're going to follow this up. Oh, this is going to take, once again, really long, right? We're going to follow this up by installing React Native iOS context menu and React Native iOS utilities. Can I just do this next to this? No, of course I can't. Why should I? That would be too easy. The second thing I want to add is Sonar Native. I found this library a couple of weeks ago. This is a Toast component for React Native. It's a port of Emil Kowalski's Sonar library, not Toner. And those Toast notifications you will see look pretty cool. Just like this. I think they're pretty much fitting into most applications. So we're gonna go with this package as well. And it would be really cool if this just worked a tiny bit faster. So let's wait. All right, effectively I ran these 4 installation commands. npm add Zigo, I then installed the according dependencies for Zigo, and then I went ahead to add, install, and Sonar Native and React Native SVG because that's required for Sonar Native to work. Once we got that, we can again bring up our live reload, and then I want to go to the top layout. So there's one thing I, by the way, want to improve here. So we improve this, we're constantly improving the video and everything as we go along. And then up here, I want to import Logbox. So I want to import Logbox from React Native, and then I want to put in this line, Logbox ignore logs, Clerk has been loaded with development keys, because all the time this is appearing down here in my logs, and I really don't want to see it all the time. So now, if I press J to open my debugging tools, at least that one warning should be gone. So if I do like a refresh here, no, it's still coming up. Clerk has been loaded with development keys. Isn't this exactly what I have in here? Why is this not ignoring the log? It definitely used to ignore this. Do I have to put this here? Is this any difference? No, not really. Can't make any difference. Okay, it gets stranger every minute, but usually you can use Logbox to ignore certain logs. And definitely this used to work. Maybe they changed it for React Native 0.76. Anyway, to use our Toast component and to use Zigo, we might want to make sure that our app is wrapped correctly with both the gesture handler root view, which you can import from not React Native. So we need, of course, the, where is it? From React Native gesture handler, of course. And I think usually you want to set the style here to flex 1. So this just wraps our app, and then we can use gestures in our app. Additionally, I also want to add the toaster here, and the toaster should come from Sonar Native. And once we added this at the root level, we can then easily trigger our toast notifications. Good. Now let's move into the index file and also open our fab component and the more button, because these are the things we now want to work on. First of all, I want to change this to include my fab component, and we know we can use our path just like this. So let's maybe start with the fab, because that one's actually a bit easier to implement. So on our fab page, we will pretty much only return a touchable opacity, and we're gonna have, what do we want to call on press? On press we want to do something, so let's say on press I want to do, yeah, we can do it for the moment like this. We can just call fab pressed. And then we, of course, need a styling for the fab. Now, let's check out if this renders anywhere on my view. Not yet. I want to make sure that my Z index here is high enough. And I want to use the primary color as background color. Okay, it's still not showing up. That's fine. No problem. We can figure this out. So on this page, I want to make sure that I probably should wrap this in a view. I feel like we should at least have a view here. Where's this text, by the way? Am I on the right page? Sometimes this is the today page, and I think I am on the today page. You can never be sure. You can never be sure. Okay, let's do a style sheet down here and add that style sheet up here. Container styling flex 1. And then give this up here. Okay, still no fab yet. Touchable opacity fab. Let's see. From bottom, if I give this like 200 from bottom. Yeah, so that's the problem. Somehow the distance here does not work correctly yet. Let's say I'm gonna give this just like 24. We won't be able to see this. But I also think that this view actually has some issues and some problems with that. I want to give this a margin button. I think it's not respecting the tab bar height. So I previously used a value like 82. What if I just set this to 0? Okay, at 50 it starts showing up at the bottom. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, margin margin bottom probably. Yeah. All right. And if I now go back to 0, it would be exactly here. Okay, yeah, that seems fair. Fair enough. So now, if I want to use something like 24 and 24, we would have positioned it mostly correct. Okay, let's add our ionicons. So I will have a white add button. Do we already have a border radius? We do. We have some padding. What is my height? Can we set the height to, let's say, 56 and the width as well? Okay, yeah, making it a bit bigger. Then we need to align the items. Okie dokie, and make this one bigger. And finally, I want to have a box shadow. And now, da-da-da-da, latest version of React Native, we can use box shadow. So I can now easily add, and you can probably not see this on the recording, so let's turn this up. I can add a nice box shadow just from this line. Yet, this is now possible, both iOS and Android, my friends. Okay, so we got a nice fab button here, and this button currently should show, oh, it actually does, right? Yeah, it shows up here. Fab pressed my toast. Nice, I love it. But what I really want is to like push a new page, because this is like pushing up this bottom sheet where we can then enter a new page. So I will add a new file here. I will add a new folder task and then a new .tsx. Okay. And then I want to include this. Well, so this is why we actually have this page up here. This page can now define how this or the tabs are presented. And for tabs, we already said, okay, please don't show the header. For this page, I could say something like presentation modal. And once we got that, oops, oh, I didn't want that. We can go back to the fab and use the router. So I want to just use the router like this today. No problem with that. And I can call push tasks new. And with that, we might have to, what did I call this? Task/new. Yep, here we go. Of course, that toast isn't really helpful. So what I really want to do is I want to use the haptics when I press on that button. I'm really bullish on haptics. Just use them for a light impact style. And you want to see it feels really rewarding when you do this on a device. We will work on this sheet later. For the moment, that's cool for us. So this button can now be included in all of our pages if we wanted to. So let's say on the upcoming page, I want to include this as well. I might just drop in the fab here, but we will probably have to apply the same styling, or at least like the bottom. We can just copy this over right now to upcoming. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, on the upcoming page, something seems to be different here. This is probably because on the upcoming page, we are not using the header large title. This seems to make a difference on the today page where we have the header large title enabled. But anyway, now we should have it. I noticed that we do have a different background color, and I think that's actually intentional. I think the upcoming page has a different background color. So on this page, we should be fine. We have my also my more button up there. And yeah, this is also, of course, working on the upcoming page, and it's working from here. So this is our first nice shared component. Now the second one is this more button, which should trigger a nice little Zigo styled context menu. So let's bring in Zigo on the more button page. We can import star as drop-down menu from Zigo. And I will also tell this page from where we access this. So I will add a little type. Let's call this more button props. And within the more button props, I will just define page name is a string. All right, and then I'm also able to just get the page name in here. And we can, for the moment, just render page name. So now we can change how we use this. We use this on the upcoming page. So here I would say something like upcoming. Or would I use it like this? Yeah, we can use it like this. And we also have to use it on the today page. This one has page name today. Cool. So now we can already see upcoming and today. This is only important for the routing that we're gonna do in here. Pretty much what you see in the official application is when you click this, there's a drop down and then you can copy a link to that page. And with Expo Router, it's pretty easy, so we can do this as well. But nonetheless, let's focus on the drop down for the moment. So we're gonna go ahead with drop down menu root. This is going to be around our app. Then we do need a drop-down menu trigger. This is the actual button that you will see. So let's use a touchable opacity in here. For the moment, we can just use it like this and close our menu. React Native iOS context menu could not be found within the project. I think I installed this React Native iOS context menu. I definitely did install this. So much fun of versions and problems. Yeah. Unable to resolve React Native iOS context menus from Zigo index iOS. Yeah, well, maybe let's continue this view. Maybe I'm also just destroying it because we still need my drop-down menu content. This is the actual drop-down menu that will be displayed. And then we have the items. So the items, as far as I know, also need a key. So let's call this one like link. And then we have the drop-down menu item title. Drop-down menu item title. Title. And this should be copy. And we can also have a drop-down menu item icon. So once we have all of that, I would really hope that it just works, but I'm pretty sure it's not. So let's give it one last try, and yeah, I probably need to install some dependencies again, so let me fix this first. Okay, after like 20 minutes of debugging, I'm back here. This is really hard living at the edge. This is like bleeding edge, and like new architecture and packages are not yet ready. So I just had to make sure suddenly Expo auth session was missing. I had to install the exact versions for context menu and utilities and like do a fresh clean rebuild and remove some node modules. It was no fun. I hope it works a lot better for you. But don't lose faith because it definitely works. So here is the more button. We have our trigger. We have our drop-down menu content. We can now already try it and see that here is our first part of this content menu. And this is pretty much how we would now go ahead and build out this menu. So we can just now drop in more items. And what I actually want to do is I want to have the link up there. And then I will just drop another group of items here. So this is now a drop-down menu group. It follows the exact same theme. So you can just copy the one from above, We don't really have any actions, so this is like select task, view, or activity log. And once we save this, we see that we have this nice grouping here on iOS. Again, on Android, it will look slightly different because Android does not have this kind of concept of this native menu. But to the link up here, we can now actually attach an on select. So on select, I want to have my const copy to clipboard. And oh no. Did we install Expo Clipboard? Oh no. I don't want to do another rebuild. No. npx expo install Expo Clipboard. How could I forget about this one? I just don't want to. Maybe it just works. Maybe I can just hope that for some sort of magical reason it just works now. So in my function here, I want to first create the correct path. So the path to this page is now the scheme of my application. And this is a bit more complicated. So let's check out the app.json, and we should have a scheme up here. So it's right now called my app. I will actually call this Todos, or whatever you can call this, Simon's Todos or Simon's Todoist. That sounds good as well. This definitely now requires an app rebuild, by the way. And then we could use this. So this would make sure our app opens, and then we need to define the full path. So that would be authenticated /tabs/ page name, and I just want to make sure that we use 2 lowercase. So this would be the correct path. I could then call await clipboard dot setString async. Can I also use setString sync? It looks like I could. The pretty much has no effect. SetString is deprecated. Use setString async. Okay, I will use setString async with that path. I'm gonna make sure that this is an async function, and then we're gonna display a little toast copied to clipboard. All right, and then we finally put this here on select, not on seek, copy to clipboard. Why is it still complaining? This should be on select. And then I copy this to clipboard. Is it now copied to my clipboard? Yep. Authenticated tabs today. If I go here, it should be authenticated tabs upcoming. And we could use this later to open our app from the outside. How comes that the clipboard is now working although I didn't do a rebuild? I'm a bit confused about that. And I also just finally want to wrap this up by using the right icon. So we're going to use ionicons, ellipsis, horizontal, outline, and I want to use my own color, of course. So making this a bit bigger and using colors from our constants. Dot primary, yeah, and I'm well aware that I missed this one. Do I really want to use? No, not 39, 30. Yeah, that looks better. So now we got this nice menu. The dots don't seem to be in the right place, honestly. I want to give this one here a button styling. So let's drop it in here. My button styling should have like a padding 8. It's not really improving it a whole lot yet. I also noticed that I want to set the active opacity to a bit lower value. So right now when I press this, I actually don't see this. It's not affecting it yet. Well. But this is, I mean, on the today page, it's definitely in the right place. On the upcoming page, I don't feel like it's in the perfect place. Why is that the case? Upcoming, we have our stack, we have shadow visible fold, we have a title, and we have header right more button. I don't know if something changed inside of React navigation. Maybe we're going to tackle this later again when we build out the upcoming page. For the moment, I will just leave it like there. So we have our two shared components that we can reuse across these two most important pages. And I can also, of course, drop it into this page. And we got the iOS context menu up and running. So with this foundation in place, let's tackle on one of the most challenging pieces because it's the backbone of our app, and let's talk about SQLite. Now we want to set up SQLite in our application so we can store data and load our to-dos later. And we're going to do two things. We're going to do it a slightly bit different. We're going to start with the Expo SQLite plugin. So this is definitely something we can already install. So let's kill the server and run npx expo install Expo SQLite. We don't really need a config plugin, although you can enable things like Cypher or whatever you want, but we don't really need that. In fact, we can already put this into our app if we wanted to. So at the layout, at the root level, we could now use this. So in here, I would use the SQLite provider because there's actually now a pretty easy way to use this. And we're gonna make sure that it's wrapped around our app. The import is definitely wrong. So the SQLite provider, no. Okay, let's do it manually. So the SQLite provider comes from Expo SQLite. This package has been updated with Expo SDK 52 as well. And we can now wrap this around our app and define a couple of things. So first of all, I want to give my database name. Let's call this todos.database. It might actually work without the DB. We could just do it todos. Then I want to also use suspense. So we can now wrap this with a React suspense block, which will make sure that our SQLite provider is initialized and ready before using it. So therefore, we will use a little fallback here. Let's do like a function loading with a loading indicator. And then I can set my fallback to loading. So it would show this little activity indicator while the thing that's loading within suspense is not yet ready. Additionally, and this is where we now go off the regular path. So normally we would now go ahead and write a script like this. In fact, usually something you're gonna see is this. Where's the entry point here? So SQLite provider, and let's go a bit deeper in this. On init, we would call something like migrate database if needed. This is pretty cool because this is just automatically called then by the SQLite provider. And this script could like check for the database version. If it's 0, then I want to exec something and execute and generate the tables and yada, yada, yada. But there's also a different way to approach this, and that is with SQLite and Drizzle. So Drizzle is a pretty cool ORM, and I've used this a couple of times in the past, and Drizzle now also has support for Expo and SQLite. So why not use it? Let's go ahead. First of all, we're gonna install npm Drizzle ORM. That's like the main package that we need. Then we will also install Drizzle Kit as a development dependency, so with -d. And then we also need this one here. We're gonna come to this in a second. So this is npm install Babel plugin inline import. All right, let's install all of them. Good, all of them are ready. So how do we go about this? Well, with Drizzle, we can now call our database as easy as this. So we don't have to write real SQL commands, and we can rely on type safety through Drizzle. Additionally, we can use something called live queries, which means we can have a query that is automatically updated when the data in our database changes. And getting all of this is pretty cool, but we can now also define our tables and use migrations from Drizzle. And that's what we're gonna set up next. So for this, we're gonna have to dive into the Babel config, Metro config, and Drizzle config. Do we have any of those files actually already? We do have nothing. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, so let's begin by creating a new file here and call this one babel.config.js. Actually config, not config. Config. In here, we're gonna place a pretty default export. I'm going to use a Babel preset from Expo, and this is pretty much what we added. So the extension with .SQL. Okay, this is how the Babel config. Then for Metro, I think we can also run npx expo customize Metro config, which will give us like a default config here, right? And within the Metro config, let's just copy this for a second and see how it looks. So what did I add? Okay, this is pretty much the same. This is the same. Okay, we only need this one line here. So let's place this up there. So again, this just enables us to use SQL files in our app. Finally, we need a Drizzle config. We're gonna place this at the root of the project. So let's do a new drizzle.config.ts. And in here, we define a couple of things. We define an output folder, we define a dialect to be SQLite and Expo to be our driver, and we reference already a schema. That does not yet exist, so maybe let's do this now. This should be in the folder db and then schema.ts. Of course, feel free to rename this if you know better and want to use different names. Now I can write my schema and then I can generate my migrations, okay? So my schema is done pretty easy. I actually did this using Cursor, and you can probably grab this best from GitHub, because there's no point in me going through all these lines one by one and having you type out all of these. So we do have a table Todos, which is a SQLite table called Todos. We do have an ID, auto increment, name description, priority, and a couple of other things. Most importantly, this is also referencing a project ID, which uses the .references to my projects down here. So that means even if I type in here, you already see I get code completion on all of these things, because this is really the cool thing. If you set up everything with an ORM and TypeScript, you get the full spectrum of type safety. This is the schema for my database, and I can now run the Drizzle script as described here. So npx drizzle kit generate. This should generate the Drizzle folder with the first script. So checking this out, we have two nice scripts. Foreign key, project ID, references, project ID on update, no action, on delete, no action. Yeah, we can talk about that, but basically this is my migration script, and we also do have it here as the JavaScript file. So with that in place, we can go back. We can go back to our layout, and in my layout file, we will now integrate this. So what we want to do is I want to manually now open the Expo DB. I want to use open database sync. I don't want to do this async because it's here at the top level. So I want to open the Todos database. This is my name, right? Yeah, this is the database name. Then I will actually get this in the Drizzle kind of way. So we can use the Drizzle constructor here. And then we're going to add the import up here from Drizzle ORM Expo SQLite. And I think we can then use our database here and use another hook to get either the success or error of, let's call use migrations. Use migrations, node code completion. But this is also within Drizzle ORM Expo SQLite migrator. This should be available. So now I just need to point this to my database and to the migrations file. What is actually my migrations file? That's a good question. I think we can import the file. I think this is just importing the migrations file. Yeah, at Drizzle migrations. Exactly. This is the one we need. Put it in here. And now when our app starts, it will make a connection to the database, and we will either have a success or an error. Now, I want to add another use effect block here. So if we do see a success, and if we don't have a success, if not success, I want to return. And otherwise, I want to call another file. So I want to put in some dummy data, and I prepared something for this. So this is an add dummy data function, which takes my database and then it will try to insert into the database 2 default projects and 2 default tasks. So I recommend you get this from GitHub as well, or you write this by hand, up to you. The cool thing again is that we already use our db schema file, and if you call db.insert, I don't know, into projects, you get a lot of code completion here for all the things that projects or to-dos might have. Additionally, there's a little special in here that you might or might not have noticed. I'm using async storage to grab a value here, checking if we already initialized our app. Because if we've initialized it, I don't want to do this. I only want to run this script once. So I'm getting the item sync, and down here I'm setting the item sync. I'm setting initialize to true. But we haven't installed the async storage package. What we're doing, we're using the new key value store, which is part of the Expo SQLite package. So that means from now on, since Expo SDK 52, you can use async storage if you have Expo SQLite installed anyway, and you don't need another package. That's pretty nice because, well, it means one less package to install and worry about, and it's just part of the key value store of Expo SQLite. Cool. Okay, we got all of these things. Now I just need to make sure that I actually call my add dummy data and pass in the database. Okay, so maybe we should do a bit better with some logs in here, and then here as well, log adding dummy data. Okay, that's almost everything I wanted to show you, but there's one more thing, and that is about debugging this. So Drizzle Studio is possible with Expos. This is a plugin, an Expo DevTool plugin to browse your Expo SQLite data with Drizzle Studio. And this will make debugging our app so unbelievable easy that we just have to do it. So let's install this as well. All right, and then we can use it like this. There were some problems. I actually opened an issue here on GitHub. So as far as I know, it has been fixed. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if it's working now. Okay, I will put this. I have no idea where to put this. Let's try it up here. We're really adventurous. Okay, this already works. And normally I should just call use Drizzle Studio on my DB here. Oh my, this is going to be exciting. I will call npx run iOS. We might, I don't know, I previously did this in another file, but normally it should work in here. But normally a lot of the things that I've done today should have worked in the first place, and they did not. So I'm a bit skeptical at this point. However, let's quickly recap. We've installed SQLite as the access to our SQLite database. We then added Drizzle as an ORM. We set up all the required Drizzle files, so we could then simply write out the schema of our database. This can, by the way, get a lot longer. You can like have references between your tables and whatnot. Based on this schema, we generated our migrations file, which now lives in the Drizzle folder. And if I wanted to change my schema in the future, I could just run this to generate a new migrations file. This should then hopefully, that will be interesting to know what happens here, but I think it should work just fine. So when our app starts, we're trying to access that database. We will use Drizzle Studio. This is only a line for like debugging. And then we run our migrations to create the tables in our SQLite database in the app. And if this is successful, we will also add some dummy data. All of this is wrapped by suspense, making sure that our loading mechanism is fine and we're not using SQLite before it's actually ready. So we're showing some loading. And then if we see something on the screen, we can be sure that the SQLite provider is ready. Good. As a recap, that should be fine. We see no errors. App is starting up on the iPhone. And this is the exciting point where usually nothing works. Okay. We have error undefined and success true. Okay, friends, this is a golden moment. We wrote a lot of code and it worked on the first try. This can't be true. Something has to be wrong. Absolutely wrong. But we see root layout error undefined, success false, and then we see success true. So the migration script seemed to have worked, but I can't see that add dummy data was called. Let's see. Why is that the case? Log use effect, and then let's put another log here. Okay. Now something else isn't working. Add dummy data. Okay. Okay. Actually, I do see it now in here. Use effect add dummy data. But I mean, it's calling add dummy data. Maybe my value here. My value is already true. So if that is the case, then of course this can't execute. Let's comment this out for a second. Maybe this is using some old stuff, so we want to make sure that it actually at least once inserting some data into my database. So now it did add the data in theory. How can I prove this to you? Well, if you press Shift M here, you can now select to open the Expo Drizzle Studio plugin. And of course, this is still not working. All right, friends, I found the solution. So everything in here is totally fine. Adding our dummy data and all the things in here. We also don't want to do the database stuff up here. We don't want to use Drizzle Studio up here. But what we can do on our today page, for example, is, and that is the cool thing of Expo SQLite anyway, we can now get the database using use SQLite context. This is now possible because the today page and everything inside authenticated is of course part of the initial layout, which is a child of our SQLite provider. So that means in all the pages in here, we are able to access the SQLite instance using use SQLite context. And therefore we can use this now to pass the database to my Drizzle Studio. Now, hitting save, let's check out again, Shift M, open Drizzle Studio plugin, and voila. This is what I wanted to show you. Isn't it a beauty? We can debug our data right here, our SQLite database that is running here right from the browser. So in my case, for example, I want to delete all these records because we probably did this a couple of times too many. Then we can go back to my dummy data thing here, and I want to run this one more time. So let's do one refresh here. Can I then just refresh this? Yes. So now we have 2 projects and 2 to-dos, and I will add this log here again. So from now on, if we refresh, we're not adding any more data. That means we have those to-dos. They have some strange IDs because usually they could be connected to project ID 1 and project 2. Can I change this? Can I change this to 1 and 2? Oh, nice. Yeah, this is how I want it. Now they should be referencing the right project. And to wrap up this chapter about SQLite and our data and making sure that we really got the data, let's go back to the today page and let's try to get some data, just like it was presented in here. So we should now be able to get the data. By the way, did we do this? I think we forgot about this. This is an important piece of making sure that we get live data. Yeah, you can supply this here. So you can put in options, and in your options, you want to add enable change listener true. Just make sure you have like the right amount of brackets. Okay, options enable change listener true. And with that, I should be able to grab some data using, let's see, we can use live query from Expo Drizzle ORM Expo SQLite, and then I can use my database dot database. Oh, we need to use the Drizzle version of the database. So that means I want to make the same call as we did before. So this is wrapping the Expo database with Drizzle. Then I can use Drizzle database dot select. I want to select everything from Todos. Now I need to import this from the schema, so then it works. And actually that's fine. Let me just do it like this. So we log it out, and you already see it down there in the logs. We get back results array2 with the data. And we're not writing any kind of SQL commands. The only thing we need is this use live query, and then we get back our data array and can iterate this. And even if it changes now, I wonder if I can like change this in my, this would be a nice experiment. If I change this, if I change this, would I get back a new login here? In theory, we should see something new. Let's refresh this. Yeah, calling the run okay. That one's on me. I tried to insert data here. That's probably not correct. Can I just like copy this? Maybe that's a bit too much, but we already see that something is happening, and we're gonna see this again with our live query along the rest of this course. So at this point, you have SQLite enabled. We have Drizzle in our application, which makes it easy to have migrations, to change the data later. This is a perfect starting place for every application that you could come up with. And we can also use live queries. There are some issues with live queries yet, but it's still also an early version. So I'm pretty sure that in the future, this will only continue to get better. Therefore, with all of this in place, let's implement some real functionality. Now things are getting a bit more visual, so I want to show you what we actually want to do. This is the page we want to develop our today page. We already got like the upper part, but what we want to focus on is this list here. As you can see, we have some sort of sections in between, and then we have our components in between. How are we structuring this? Well, the whole thing here is going to be a section list. I'm going to show you pretty quickly what that means. And then inside each of those here will be a separate component. This will be like a task row, and the task row has a bit of information here, the project name here, and also a checkbox here, which will use bouncy checkbox because the default checkbox isn't really that cool. So let's take a quick look at all the libraries and all the things that we want to include. So as I said, this is done best with a section list. This is like the little brother of the flat list. Pretty much the same setup, but now you can have these sections with data. Additionally, we want to install Datefns, perfect library for everything regarding date manipulation. And finally, as I said, React Native bouncy checkbox, to me, still the best checkbox library for React Native. Maybe we can start installing that because the command was right there. Okay, so npm install bouncy checkbox. Okay, and then we also install Datefns, and that's already everything in terms of specific commands. Now we do need to do a bit of data mapping. So we're gonna make this a bit shorter because it's pretty much things that you usually get with like Copilot or Cursor. You just tell it, hey, map this data to that, and then it gives you like the right kind of mapping of your data. I really hope I will do a refresh here, just because I think something native might have changed, because we anyway need to write some code. So we not only want to get everything from Todos, we also want to get information about the project. So if we check out this again, oh no, the connection isn't working right now, of course. But we only reference the project, and if you know a bit about SQL, you know that you then need to do, and honestly, I'm not the best with this. I asked Cursor and it helped me to write all of these things. So select everything from to-dos, and I want to left join my projects. So I'm going to import that from DB schema as well. And I want to make sure using the equal function from Drizzle over M that todos dot project ID is equal to project dot ID. Projects.id, right. And finally, we're going to wrap this up with a little where clause, where equals, where equals todos dot completed equals 0. So we only want the to-dos that are not yet complete. So this is our data. Why did you not import where? Or what is the problem? Maybe this is one bracket too much. Yeah. Okay, this looks better. Yeah, this is my query right here. Cool. Okay, as I said, we need to transform this data, and I want to walk you through what's required. But honestly, again, yeah, well, you don't have to write this line by line. So first of all, we're gonna make sure that, hello, are we using use? Look, are we cool with use effect here? I don't know. Just add use effect, please. Use effect from React, yes. Okay, we're logging out the data. I'm just gonna take a look. This is how the data looks. Please, I don't know why I can't get rid of this. I could probably also remove the warnings here, yeah. So projects, to-dos, this is how it looks right now. I first want to map this so that the objects have all the required information in one. So now my formatted data will go through all the data. We're going to use all the information from to-dos, and then I will just set it as project name and project color. This just gives it a bit more structure. So we have like one object that is complete and has all the information about one to-do. With that information, we're gonna now group this by day. This is required for our section list, and it could look like this. Again, I recommend at this point you bring up the GitHub repository for a moment, because this is quite easy to make a typo here. Can we lock out group by day as well? Of course. So if I now check this out, group by day, so November 19th, we have an array of 2 elements. And eventually we could, of course, have more. Now, I want to create this to be in the right structure for my list. And therefore, I will convert this to what SectionList expects. And SectionList expects some sections like this: title string, and then some data, which is using my to-do interface, which I actually, haven't we added this? We should have added this before. So I had a folder, let's copy this over, types, interfaces. So this is also in the repository. Here's an interface for the to-do and project. I'm pretty sure I could also somehow use this from the schema. I'm just not smart enough. If you know how to do this, open a PR in the repository. I think you can do something like writing this here as a type. So like const to-do equals this, and then you use the to-do, and then you can like, I don't know, export to-do as an interface. I don't know. Yeah, no, this is not really helpful. There is something that you can do like this. I just don't know exactly how it looks for Drizzle. So let's go back to what we had and keep it like this. And now we can add my to-do import from to-do types interfaces. Okay, so now we convert it into this sort of list data. I want to lock this out again. Now my list data looks like this. We have an array, title, data. This is what a section list usually expects. I just want to wrap this up by sorting the data. So after this line, I'm going to add sort the sections by date, and then everything is sorted in this list data. Finally, we need some state. So I'm going to call this section list data and set section list data using use state. And once we're done with all of our conversion here, I'm gonna set my section list data. All right, that was a lot, right? Now, I promise you it's getting easier. For the section list, we can already spin up our own component. So let's add one, call this task row.tsx, React Native functional export task row. And I think you can already imagine that the task row interface here. So let's call this interface task row props. This will get a to-do. So we can then display like the task.name in the component. Okay, pretty much everything we need for the moment. Now let's go back to the index, and in my container I want to create a section list from React Native. This section list needs a bunch of things. First of all, it of course needs the section information, which is my section list data. To render an item, I will use my task row that we just defined a minute ago. And to render a section header, I will use the section.title. Let's see. I hit save and I don't see anything. Why am I not seeing anything yet? Could be multiple reasons. I can think of many. It might have to do something with our styling here. Do we have, yeah, we do have the flex one, that's good. But we want to set the content inset adjustment behavior to automatic, just like we did on the other pages. Yep, this is required to make this effect work. And we see some data on the screen. This really feels rewarding. After like all the setup for SQLite, we finally see the data on the screen, right? This is always a good feeling. This one should get a bit of like a header styling. And I prepared something for the header that looked like this. Making sure we're using my colors. And this one will now get the header styling. So we have a bit bigger text now. We have some margin and padding, and we have a like thin line below that header. Now, there are more things. I also want to, I think I previously saw a scroll indicator, and I definitely don't want to show any sort of scroll indicator. By the way, if I'm still, yeah, I'm probably not able to manually add a to-do here. Otherwise, that would be really great to just like have a kind of different due date. Are we using the date edit? Shouldn't we use like the due date for these? We're always using the due date for the grouping. Due date. How's that even possible? They don't even have a due date. What am I missing here? I don't know. Sometimes I'm just confused by like when things work and you don't know why. That is strange. Do they date edit? They don't have a due date. Due date is null. How comes then we see November 19th then? Maybe because today is November 19th. That could be the case. Okay, anyway. So we got the sections, we get our first task rows. We have the section header. You could, by the way, also render refresh control. So refresh control could be injected. Now, the thing here is that, yeah, we can have a refresh control and do our refresh logic. But since we're using a live query that is updated when the data changes, that's not really this doesn't really make any sense, right? To use it like that. So that should be fine. Therefore, the last missing thing in here is that we should probably adjust our task row. There's definitely a lot of work left, and we're gonna do some of the work in the end. For the moment, we just want to make sure that if I click on a task, it opens like the details. That also means we need a new page, and this is once again something that should be above the tab bar. So I will add a new page using brackets here, so we can use parameters in the URL to this page. We can already log this out, so we can grab this from the use local search params. We'll just put it into the log or here page ID. We can then include it in here as well, just the same, because we're gonna change that anyway later. I just want to make sure that the page exists. And now that it exists, we can focus on the actual task row. So this should be later, or is later going to be something animated. For the moment, it's not. For the moment, we're gonna wrap it with a link component to task/task ID, and everything inside should be included with as child. Touchable opacity, yes, please. And so clicking this, yeah, maybe we need a little refresh here. Yes, page 23, page 24. Okay, so click events are working. That's good. Now we just need to apply some styling here and there. First of all, my container, this will be actually applied to the link already. So styles.container, and this will give us a bit of padding. I want to make sure that we do have a white background color and that we have a thin line border at the bottom. Okay, good start. Now we also want our bouncy checkbox, of course, included. So let's do another row setup here, making sure that we're using flex direction row. I don't know exactly if I want to like, I don't know about this yet. So let's close it, and this row should have my bouncy checkbox. Cannot find name bouncy checkbox. Yeah, bring it in, please. Okay, good start. Really good start. Next to this, I definitely still need the text, which is the task name, and this should also have like some styling. Okay, why is my name not appearing? Because we do have, okay, bouncy checkbox is, it's coming up here. So let's go, bouncy checkbox. It has usually like a container for text. I don't want to use that, so you can set text container style to display none. I think this should fix it. Let's see. Yeah, this removes the container. The name styling here is definitely not what I want. I mean, font size 16 is cool, but what I really want is that this uses up most of the available space. Now let's give some gap here to my row. And actually I want to align items flex start. So then the checkbox is more aligned towards the top here, and they basically just both start over there. Let's see, we got my task. Okay, let's go deeper into this. So the text container style is correct. The fill color should now be, interestingly enough, the task project color. So my task or the project can have a certain color. If we check out, again, I'm always using this now constantly. Inbox and work, they have different colors. And therefore, I will use as the fill color to do dot, no, it's actually called task, right? And then we use project color. These are both turning black. Are they both? So the one is, let's see, completed. Yeah, let's assign this one to project 2. And then we should see that project 2, maybe I just give project 2 like some crazy color. Okay. Okay, it's yeah, now we can notice it has this color. Right, so it's using the right color for this. The unfill color should be white. I don't know, I think this is anyway the default. And then for the text style, are we using the text style somewhere? This looks pretty cool. I really like bouncy checkbox, honestly. We should have a function, by the way, here, const mark as complete. Exactly, mark as completed. Inside of mark as completed, we need to access our database. So let's get this. This is now, again, super easy. Once we've got the hang with Expo and the SQLite context, we can just use it anywhere. We could, we can use Drizzle also, or we can write our own SQL. It actually doesn't too much. Yeah, maybe we're gonna use it like this again. Drizzle, okay. Todos, and then I want to call Drizzle database updates todos set completed 1 where, and that brings in equals todos ID equals my task ID. Okay, cool. And I can use this here on press of bouncy checkbox. I'm gonna use that. Checking that off should actually remove this item from the list already, if I think correctly. No, it's not. Why is that the case? Because we should have our live query in action. Where's my review? It's gone. It's just gone. Okay. Okay, let's check it out. So my projects, no, this is a to-do. They don't have a to-do date, date completed. It didn't set the complete here. That's strange. Mark as completed task.id. Oh yeah. Okay. To-dos ID equals task ID completed to 1. Do we have the right query here? Let's put in a little log here for the use live query. To-dos completed equals 0. This should automatically be triggered. Why is that not the case? Where equals to-dos. So the data we now get back. Priority date. It's never setting the completed. That is the problem. If I would manually set completed to one of these, I'm pretty sure they would be removed. Let's check. Yeah, that would work. Oops. No. Let's go back to this. I need to refresh. Come on. Completed, save one change. Okay, now I got back my 2. So my completion function in the task score is certainly not working correctly yet. We're gonna take a look at this. So we got the text style, we got the everything else. Now one last thing I want to include, which also kind of wraps up the view here, is the styles.project name. That should be included as well. And I want to include it like in the right hand side. So for the project name, we can now say, please align yourself to the flex end, which then places it here. And it's also using the right words. This is the inbox project. This is the work project. We're gonna later define our own projects, but for the moment, this should do. Now, the last thing is that this is definitely not updating my database, which is strange because it definitely should do exactly this. It should set. Is it called completed? Yeah, we have code completion on this. If I check out the schema, it should be, completed integer, not null. So if I set completed to 1, where my ID is equal to that of that to do, I honestly don't understand. This should definitely mark this as completed. I did have a snippet which would use not Drizzle, but which would use my SQLite database context. So update to-dos, set completed, and maybe also date completed where ID equals question. And then we have the 3 params. So set completed to 1, date completed, now task ID. Let's say do the update with Drizzle. It's exactly the same command, right? I don't know. Okay. What did I change? I only added date completed. Is this making, maybe it wasn't valid before? Okay, so it definitely seems to work now. I will just put them both back to 1 so we see some data again. At least I hope I can do this. And by the way, I think I never told you why we installed the Expo Dev client. I just noticed. So if we press, wait, what am I pressing here? Control Command Z on my Mac, we get this nice menu. This looks usually different if you're just using a React Native application. It's just like an action sheet. And you can customize this. This is the whole reason why we installed the dev client package. I can then also go home and check this out and see my servers and go into the app. So that was the whole story about this. Also, it looks like I completely killed my data. Why is that the case? I just want to get back this here. Please set yourself to 0. Okay, we're back in game. Whew. So, 2 ways to update your data. Either do it with a query like this, or do it like the cool kids with your Drizzle instance. Doesn't matter too much, but now we do have a pretty great view actually with this section list. There's just one thing I noticed, and that is before with the section list, I did have sticky headers, but somewhere along the way, I must have dropped that support. Let me check this out. All right, I knew there was a way, it was just a bit ugly. So what we can do is we can once again get our top distance using use save area insets and import the package. And then in our view, we can add an additional padding top here. Now, this value is a bit strange. So if you go just with padding top, you won't really notice a difference. Now, if I add like 10 here, we see that the header becomes sticky halfway. So if you set this to now, I don't know, like 18. No, that's not it. If we set it to like 20, then it's probably perfect. So now we do have sticky headers. There seems to be an issue, and I think I encountered this as well on GitHub regarding large iOS titles and this animation and then going top and then having like the right padding set up here initially. I don't know exactly what's going on under the hood, but this way makes it work for the moment. So we have our cool today page with a section list, and by the way, this section list or the task row component will be pretty much nice reusable on the other screens of our application. So play around with this, feel free to add some data before we continue with the next part. If you're building a solid React Native application, then of course you can do local debugging and testing, but at some point you're gonna roll out your app and you have no clue what happens to your users. At this point, Sentry comes in and helps you out with all of that. So Sentry, if you don't know, is an application monitoring software. So it is not only about fixing bugs. By now, Sentry offers a whole lot more in terms of also like understanding the performance of your application, finding bottlenecks, and just quickly fixing every issue that might arise in your application. And the integration is super easy. If you want to get started, link with my personal code is below this video. It would really help me out to build more of these videos. If you support Sentry, go check them out. I think you actually get a nice little discount. So you can anyway get started completely for free here as a developer with Sentry. But you also get, I think, a little discount through my link. So get started for free and then let's create a project. You see, we're going to select React Native here. And we're gonna do a bit of setup here. So I actually create my alerts later. Otherwise, I like instantly get email alerts. Although let's keep it like this maybe. I want to do a new project. I will call this Todoist video in my team. and then create the project. Now, first of all, we can run this now with a cool wizard. I really like wizards. So here we go. Let's run npx sentry wizard latest install React Native. Now, we're gonna find out if this is the right command, but anyway, let's get started for the moment. You have uncommitted files. Okay, that doesn't matter. Do you want to continue? Yes, I do. So this installs the Sentry React Native SDK, and we're gonna have to check for the version in a minute. However, this is also doing a couple of other things. So after installing, or while it's installing the SDK, it will also update a few of our files to include the right information. Are you using Sentry self-hosted? We're using Sentry IO. Yes, we do have an account, so now it signs me in and I can select my video. Okay, waiting for wizard to continue. Do you want to run pod install now? No, I'll do it later. I'm in an Expo project. So what happened in the meantime is that I added Sentry init to my app layout file, saved this, added a config plugin to app config, added a local env file, updated my metro config, also added auth token to my iOS Sentry properties. So it actually really did a lot under the hood. This is now a simple test for my application. Yeah, I haven't done this yet, but we're gonna do this in a second. So let's see. In my layout, I should have somewhere at the top, yes, the Sentry init command. By the way, I will also uncomment this line. Actually, I think it works a bit different by now, so I'm gonna take a look at that in a second. Let's place our call, which is our first page. I think the to-do page, right? So on the to-do page, like below the section list, I'm gonna place this code, and we're gonna import Sentry. So get Sentry imported, and then we of course also need a button component from React Native. Cool. Let's maybe also do another function here. So I'm gonna do Simon's function equals something, and then I'm gonna just throw a new error. This is Simon's error. We're gonna do a second button which calls Simon's function. Good. Now in my layout, this is already configured nicely. We also have my env with the Sentry auth token. There were some issues in the past, and I noticed when I talked to the engineering team, and they also made some changes. So either it works like this, or you can also add your own .env.sentry build plugin file. So this would be a specific file for the Sentry build. I just want to make sure I'm using my right auth token in here, which was used by the wizard. With that in place, let's finally check out the metro config and also the version. So the version here used is 6.2. Let me compare this to what I previously used, because I know they made a fix for something. So this is the version I actually want. There was a tiny issue with Expo SDK 52 and source maps not being generated. So I want to install, at Sentry React Native at 6.3.0 beta 1. Most likely when you install it, you should be on the right version, but it could be the case that you also still need this beta version. This just enables a little fix here for Expo, so we can have our source maps generated while the metro server is running, and we just do this in our metro config with this little line here. So we can already do this. Let's go back to the metro config. We're using React Native metro. Yep, that looks good. So now I can just append the object here and say enable source context in development. True. This is by default, I think, set to false. Now, what I highly recommend as well is setting annotate React components to true. What is this doing? Well, once we get our debug log in Sentry, we could see something like this in the default way, or if we use annotate React components, we can actually get like the correct names of certain files and components in our application, not just a button or touchable, but really understand where our error happened. So I highly recommend you apply that setting. Now with that in place, I think it's time to, do I have to do a new pre-build? I honestly don't know right now. Maybe yes, maybe no. we're gonna find out. So we're gonna start this already, and it should come up. Is this already? Wait. How's that already in here? Okay, yeah, because I added the functionality, but we haven't done the pre-build. Okay, that makes sense, Simon. Okay, so this is pretty much everything we need in terms of the integration. However, there are a couple of things that we can now include to make our both error reporting and also monitoring a lot better, because Sentry has some cool new functionalities. Now, first of all, what I want to set is I want to set attach screenshot to true. So when enabled and a user experiences an error, Sentry provides the ability to take a screenshot and include it as an attachment. That is always helpful. However, we can even go a step beyond that. There is something new that's called session replay. And it's exactly what you might think it is. So, no, this is here it is. So, session replay allows you to pretty much replay a bit before, during, and after an error happened, and it will automatically be included with an error. So let me just copy this snippet here into our application. So under experiments, I'm gonna set my replay session sample rate to 1 and the replays on error sample rate as well to 1. So this is a value between 0 and 1. What it means is simple, that so for every error that happens, we want to capture all of these replays. And right now, I will also capture pretty much every recording of a user with the replay session sample rate. In production, I highly recommend change this to a lower value. I would actually leave replay error on sample rate still to 1 in production, because on errors, you really want to get all the information you can. But the first one should be changed in production to a lower value. Now, the new syntax is now that we can just call Sentry mobile replay integration, and we got it. And within here, you can also do something special. So what you can do in this object is you can, for example, set mask all images, false. You can say mask, let's go down here, mask all text, false, and mask all vectors. So these three help you to customize like the privacy setting of your application, because maybe we don't have an image here yet, and I will, by the way, already cause some functions here, some error. But if we do this, you can define, for example, you have a banking application, and in the session replay that we should soon see in my project, you really don't want to appear like imagine there was like the bank number or something of a user, like how much money does a certain user have. That's certainly something you don't want to see in a session replay. So let's go to my video, and voila, we get our first 2 errors. So here's my first error. I will collapse this. This is the trace. It's going to this file right here. You can, by the way, open this line in GitHub. So if it's connected, okay, yeah, this is usually connected to like a release build of your application. And if you add like the GitHub application here for Sentry, it can directly go into your like release and the exact line. You can also open up PR or do crazy AI things. I actually haven't tried the AI stuff here yet. Let's go into this one. Let's check it out. Simon's error. It's still showing up like this. This can actually be improved. So let's see. Do we have already all the settings? Annotate. Yeah, okay. I should probably set the enable source context in development to true. Otherwise, it's not working. I don't know. If I change my metro config, detected, restart the server to see results. Oh no, yeah. So you see, this would be the current default. If I haven't set up specific source maps during debugging, you would see it like this. I mean, it's still quite good because we get it to a specific line in my function. And if you connect it with the GitHub extension, you can also, as I said, jump straight into the code. However, this is now referencing a line because I actually haven't committed my code. That's the problem, okay? In the meantime, can we also, where is it? Can we just expand this a bit again? And then check out under, where is it? Under Explore, we probably, oh, we actually haven't saved our file, right? Did we save our layout here with the mobile replay integration? Oh, we haven't. We haven't finished the setup here. So there are two more things that we need to set up that we also need to like catch the right information with Expo Router. So this is like finishing the whole integration. We're already connected. We saw the first error. Now we're like moving the little pieces to be even better. The first thing is to enable this React Navigation integration. And as far as I know, this goes into our integrations object as well. I will also add one more line that I'm actually like, I just stumbled upon, and that is called SQLite integration. And we don't need to import this. This should just work. Here we go. Our SQLite integration, and I will tell you in a minute what the SQLite integration is doing. But before that, we need to finish up our navigation instrumentation. Also, I want to get some more traces. I will set my traces. Traces. What is it like? Wasn't this like traces sample rate? Oh, was this removed? No, the traces sample rate is still here. So this will help us to do some profiling. I will set also the profile sample rate to 1. Again, you might want to adjust these values when going to production. So finally, to wrap it up with the React navigation, we're going into our root layout here. In the root layout, we will now create a little reference. So let's create a reference using use navigation container ref from Expo Router. Then we will use use effect block and call not this, but we're gonna call navigation integration. So we already created that object, register navigation container, and we're gonna register the ref. So we're pretty much creating a reference to the whole navigation container of our app. Now we just need to assign this correctly. And we do this by simply wrapping our application down here. So where we have our export default root layout, we're going to call sentry.wrap, and we're wrapping the root layout. Okay, so now we have wrapped everything with Sentry. Get new screen time to display is not a function. Yeah, well, that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I don't think this should be an issue. But the funny thing is, I already got this open. So here is something I wanted to present you because I'm a bit proud because I found this, I stumbled upon this. This is called SQLite. So if you go to SQLitejs.com, you're going to see Sentry for development. I haven't seen this in the docs before. You can download this only for Mac, maybe it's for Windows as well. Then install it, and then you can integrate this into your application. As we did, we already enabled the SQLite integration. So now I got this cool like sidecar window here, which shows me these errors. So I don't even have to keep the website open. I can now see like traces and other things right here in this SQLite view. I really like it. I don't know. I've kept this open just doing debugging, just to see like the errors coming up from Sentry, and I found this to be really helpful. So go check it out at SQLitejs.com. But back to my issues. We also now enabled the source maps. So I'm curious if let's go to my where's my project? Todoist the video, and I want to see where am I. Let's see, alerts. No, I don't really have releases. If I collapse this, it's always a problem to find my issues here, but here they should be. Is this the new one? Let's see. No, this is actually the pretty strange one that I just caused. But we really want to cause like an actual issue. Oh, this is coming up now all the time. That's interesting. Due to which problem could this arise in our application? I don't think the container here is the problem, and also wrapping my root layout shouldn't be the issue. We do have the navigation integration here. Is it the traces sample rate? It might be something with Expo Router, because all of this is really, really early days. Enable time to, I want to set this to false for the moment, just to, yeah, this made a change. This certainly should work. Okay, now we caused all of our other problems again, and hopefully they will show up soon here. So that was 80 seconds ago. I'll also navigate a bit around in my application, just occasionally doing things, clicking things, and then oops, oh, I encountered a problem, because I really want to see this in action. Under replays, yeah, under replays we now got the first replays. So this was a minute ago. I would probably zoom out so you can actually see this a bit better. I can now play this session, and at the bottom I can now skip to like the important parts or where it's getting interesting to me. So you see here, this is our app. This is a session replay, and here under the breadcrumbs, you see all the things that happen in our application. So now I'm starting to navigate around what we just did. Okay, going here and there, and you can also see these. So some texts are actually, until we got the error, some texts are masked. This is the setting we defined up here. So we're not masking anything right now. I probably want to do this. So I want to mask all the text in my application. If I would now go ahead and do the same stuff again, and I don't want to throw an error, we could probably see this. On top of that, again, we have all the breadcrumbs in here. So if I now go to some point in my application, I see exactly what's going on. I'm touching something. We have user touch events. We even get like the console logs in here, which is pretty wild. And also all the networks calls that we did in our application. Now, finally, I want to go back to the previous issue. It's interesting. Is this now just simply updated in here? No, it's not yet. Did we try to like cause a problem here? We did, right? So sometimes it takes like a minute to generate this. Let's go to traces. This is also interesting to talk about. We will not do this today because this is pretty much a bit too much. But with tracing, you can easily, or with actually not tracing, with instrumentation, you can have like functions measured. How long do they take? So you can start a span and then measure the time with Sentry, how long a certain function takes. Like you're making some sort of database call or API call. And this custom instrumentation is really interesting. Let me know in the comments if you want to see more about like the whole aspect of performance debugging, because as I said initially, by now Sentry is really like, it's not just issues and debugging. You can get a whole lot more with like the whole profiling and traces in your app. Now, finally, here's another issue. And now with my debugging traces enabled, this is showing exactly where the problem happened. So here in Simon's error. Now, at this point, I got a whole lot of information. I got all the breadcrumbs about this, the environment the app is running in. I actually got like a suspect commit, which is quite interesting. So if you connect this to your repository, it will say, oh, maybe you may have broke this in that commit. And additionally to this one, we should see, let me zoom out. We do have a screenshot when this problem occurred. And we probably also have a related session replay somewhere. I'm just not, okay, to this one, there's no replay assigned yet because it also didn't create a new one yet. So we might have to like do a full reload of the application. So our layout is updated, then we navigate around, and then we cause a problem. I'm pretty sure in that case, we should, yeah, here we go. In that case, we do have a new recording. We do have a new screen recording. Is it this one? Yeah, we can also see a bit of masked text. We see an error, and this is exactly linked now with the error and the session replay. So this is really the best you can do for your React Native application in terms of stability once you go for a production application. And it's really easy. You like set this up once in the beginning. Feel free to continue using Spotlight. I really like it. Honestly, I don't think we need this line. We just need the Spotlight integration. And then down here, we have our instrumentation. Did we actually check this out? So, yeah, we might see our traces now here that we have navigation change events. This is because we've wrapped our application with Sentry and used the routing. So everything seems to be set up nicely. You can, of course, set up the alerts. I probably got a ton of emails for all of these alerts already. And that just shows that with Sentry, you really get the best debug. To me, honestly, it's the best solution. I've used it personally in my own apps, and I highly recommend it. You use it. There are some other solutions out there, but Sentry was always like the full suite of tools in terms of performance, issues, debugging, and now with session replays, really. I've been watching some of the session replays just for like fun, because it's so fun to just watch what people are doing with your application. You can really just see what they're doing and what they're clicking. This not only helps to like track issues down, sometimes I'm also watching this to like understand what users are doing with my app. But I don't want to get too overexcited. I just personally like it. Link is below this video, so you can check out Sentry for free and get a nice little discount if you upgrade to a paid account for your company. And with this setup, I think our app is on a very solid foundation for new features that we can now add. Our next area of interest is in the project screen. Actually, it's the browse screen, but we want to build a logic so we can add our own projects. This is the whole idea for that screen. Currently, that screen, we only have the top area. So we need this little header, we need a button which will trigger a new page, and we're gonna render a list of all of our projects and also using the color of these projects. Additionally, when we create a new project, we're gonna have a name and a color, and eventually we're gonna have a color selection screen, which will then pass the color back to the previous page. Now, this might not look like much, but actually this will take us a little moment. So let's dive into this. We can get started here on our browse page. So let's go to the index page. We can keep the sign out. We can keep use sign out. We probably need the router in here. We also need the database using the SQLite context, and we want to use the Drizzle database to wrap all of this. Good. On top of that, we want to use a live query once again. So let's use a live query as we did before. And we want to select from our projects. So we're getting back, hopefully, and we can already log this out, all projects. Okay, this should render something like inbox and work, because these are the two that we added with dummy data before. Good. Eventually, we're going to use something for on delete project. Maybe we can even implement that already. So this should be an async, hello, equals, please, an async function where we pass in a number. And then we're using DrizzleDB to call delete on our project schema, on our project table, where the project ID is equal to the ID that we passed in here. Cool, that's a nice preparation. Additionally, we want to have a functionality for on new project, because in the next step after this one, we're gonna improve this a tiny bit. So we're gonna see if the user is pro or not. So from the moment I will just set is pro to false. We will get this information from RevenueCat using in-app subscriptions in a moment. So if the user is pro, I can just push the other page, and otherwise I can check. So the user is not pro. Let's do an else if data.length equals, or let's say greater or equal than 5. In that case, I want to show like the GoPro dialog. All right, but if this is a dump, no, I shouldn't do it like this. I should do it differently. I should check if data.length is greater than 5 and the user is not a pro. In that case, we're gonna go pro, and otherwise I will just push the new page. Okay, so as you've seen before, this page is displayed in sort of a modal, and I know on Android this doesn't work as well, but the overall thing that we want to implement still works, because in this screen we want to push this next screen. So you see we're kind of pushing in that modal, which means that page needs its own stack navigation, otherwise it won't work. And that makes the whole thing here a tiny bit more complex. So we will create a new folder and call that one new-project. And within new project, we will need an underscore layout.tsx. So this will be our layout. And this will be sort of a stack from Expo Router. Okay. Additionally, we also need the index.tsx. Okay, this is my page here. Right, and on the new project folder, we also need a file for the color select screen. So color select.tsx, this is another page. Okay, so they're all empty at this point, that's fine. If we now go back into, okay, I need to be careful now. If we're in our browse page, and we want to push this new page, we can push /browse/new project. That's correct. We probably also should render something in our view down here, shouldn't we? Maybe I also want to have like a fab included again. So our cool fab component, can I just add that one? Okay. And within, I will place now a view style. Actually, I want to do my own styling. I haven't added that one, right? React Native style sheet. Let's say container styling. For this one, I will use flex1 and padding, let's say 20. Okay, and then we apply it. Styles container. No, I definitely. Everything is red. Oh my, I love these moments. No, I don't want this. Shut up. I just want to close the view. What's your problem? My, oh my. Okay, let's bring in style sheet. Then we have the fab in there. I don't want anything on press with the fab. Just, it has a functionality. What's wrong with you? I don't know. Okay. So anyway, let's start by adding a little header. Okay, thank you for automatically closing this. Let's call this my project. And the header, as we've seen before, needs to have a flex layout. So let's say header needs to be flex direction row, align item center, and I actually, yes, want to have space between. So they're to the left and the right side, the items that we include. Because the second item is a touchable opacity. Touchable opacity from React Native. On press, come on. You could figure out what I want to do with this one. On press, I of course want to create my new project. All right. And then we should have just an icon. So add with the size of, is that good? It's a bit too big and I want to use my own color. So let's use colors dot. Bring in the file, dark. All right, not too bad, not too good. Let's give this one here some styling as well. Let's give this the header text. This is actually a bit too much. How about this? Yeah, I think I can live with that. All right, that's not too good. Let's check. All right, if you click plus, yeah, I'm here. Okay, yeah, we're just not presenting the new page as a modal yet, but in general it works. That's the good news. This is our header. Now let's do the flat list down here. From React Native, I will use my data, and yeah, we can do it like this. So for the moment, we will actually see that we got some data here, and this should go beyond the header, right? This is where it should belong. My sign out button will actually move to the list footer component. So let's place the button in there. Let's actually make this like, let's make this a touchable opacity instead. So we're gonna do it like this. Then we just need some styling for a clear button and the clear button text. These are not too interesting, so let me bring them in. So the clear button just has now a white background color, rounded borders, a bit of margin. We're aligning the items in the center. And the clear button text is using our primary color here in the center. So as we use this as the footer, it will stay nicely at the bottom of our list. Additionally, I want to have an item separator component. This one will have just a simple separator styling. What are we going to use for the separator? I think I want to have something like light border. But I want to use style sheet hairline width. So it's really a very thin border. Now, in here, in that list, we want to render our items. That is already correct. But I want to make this a bit special. Of course, we're making something special. So what I want to do is I actually want to use a context menu in here so that if I long press on this, I get the option to remove this, because swipe to delete doesn't look too good in here in this place. So let's use a Zigo context menu. And then we go down here. So let's begin context menu dot root. This is the first thing we need to implement. Do I have to say a key on the root item? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do so. Okay, after the root item comes the context menu dot trigger. I feel like I should have done this slightly different, but it should work like this. Okay, so then we got a touchable opacity. This is pretty much the button of our project. All right, so let's call this one project button styling, and for the text, actually, yeah, we have the item name. Let's call this project button text. But before that, we're gonna have another text element. And this one will render just the hashtag. And for the style, we will use color item.color. Cool. Okay, so now we got the project button. Let's put this somewhere down here. So the project button and the project button text. This is what we need. This doesn't require anything. The project button probably has just a bit of padding. I don't think we need too much here. It definitely also needs to have a background color of white. All right, let's use a border radius of 5, and let's use some gap between the items. Okay, the only thing missing, yeah, let's use padding 14. Yeah, that isn't too bad. I think that's actually a pretty good start. I like that. I like that list. We just need to render our context menu. So we only have the trigger. The trigger is pretty much what you see. And then we got the context menu content. So in the context, we then have our context menu item. Can we get a bit more space? This is really getting quite long. Context menu item, the key here. We can actually say this is the key, like key delete. We don't think we need a title yet. It's also not called on press, it's called on select. So be careful with that. In that case, we call on delete project. Yes, that is correct. But I also want to render something in that item. So in the context menu item, I'm rendering the context menu dot item title. This will be delete. And then I want to have a little icon. Could look like this. So here we go. This would allow us to delete the item because I just have 2 projects. I will wait for testing the functionality to remove them. I want to make sure that we can actually add projects first before I remove them. So let's head over to our layout. Yeah, let's go to the layout. We have the browse screen with those 2 elements. Let's copy that. and let's define it for the new project. This is now a definition pretty much for the whole new project folder. Because for that folder, we want to first of all set the presentation to Modal. And of course, I want to disable the header because you've seen we have some duplicate header issue. Header shown false. Good. Going back, let's trigger it again. And okay, I gotta confuse this. Plus, okay, here we go. So this is a lot better. Now, the cool thing is that at this point, let's see, we got everything in here, I think. We can move to the layout here because we also have this second screen now. Let's do some setup here first. So overall, we can define some screen options for this stack. What we want is, oh, this is a bit too small, right? We want to set the header shadow visible to false, so that little tiny border is gone. I want to set the header tint color to my primary color, because that fits better. Okay, so this turns it already red. Why is there no close button? I think we need to add this one down here. So here we would say something like title new project. That would already change the title. I would say that we make the header transparent as well. That means we need to realign those things, but we will take care of that. Header button, what's it called? It's called header left, right? Right, header left. Okay, let's see. Let's just do a very straightforward React Native button. I will call this cancel, and this will call dismiss this. So let's bring in the router, and let's not use back, let's use dismiss in this case, because this is a modal. So now I could press this eventually, and it closes. Does it like close on the second click? No, that's probably something else. Additionally, we can also, set the color here. So let's set that one to colors dot, oh, I haven't brought this in. Colors from, of course, my own constants dot primary. So now we can go there and go back. Yeah, that looks good. I wasn't done up here, I just noticed. So I want to also set the header title style. Why am I doing this? Oops, this is not the one. This is the one. Why do I first set the header tint color to red? Oh, this is because of the back arrow. Yeah. So if we now go to our next page, we can already give this a try. So if we just add like a link in here, link to href, and then we're going to use the color select page. Okay, whatever, just close this. If I click that, oh, come on, no, the view isn't working, of course. Let's add some styling here. Let's add margin top of 100 for the moment. So I can go to this page already, and now I got a red back here, but I still want this to be black. So if I wouldn't have this, my header tint color, this one would be blue. So this is affecting the header tint color, and now I'm pretty much resetting the title style and set the color back to black. Okay, so now red stuff here, black title. Perfect. Additionally, I want to set the general content style, and I want to set this to my alternative background color, because now this is like a fluent. You see, this page oh yeah, I still need to set this. Yeah, very good catch down here. This should, of course, not be new project, but color select. Color select, and the options here should say color, and I want to set the header transparent to true. Yeah, just like this. All right, so now I can go there, I can go back. We have this fluent background color, and we have our navigation figured out. Good. We can already close this, and we can now just focus on the index page here and the color select. In fact, I want to bring in the color select later, so you can already get started by opening up the GitHub repository, because it's pretty much the same as we used the threads clone, and there's really not a whole lot about it, but we're going to talk about it in a second. For the moment, let's focus on this new page, because here we need actually a bit of logic. We want to have some state, so we're going to have the project name. We want to have the router. We want to access a color using the local search params. Now I'll show you what we're exactly doing and why we're doing this in a second. And I want to call this selected, yeah, this should be some state as well, selected color. We can use my state. This is going to be a string. And let's add some imports because everything's red first. So use state, use router. Hello, are you sleeping, Copilot? This is not Copilot, this is cursor, right? I want to set my default selected color to the default project color. This comes from the constants. So we have this nice array of possible project colors, and this just takes the first color as the default value. So we're setting this as our default value. Okay, also if the params here change, we will use a use effect block. So if the background changes, I'm gonna trigger this. So I will also add a little lock here that the background changed. Additionally, we of course need a function to create the new project. So let's call this one onCreateProject. And here we're going to use Drizzle again. So I forgot about that one. So bring in the database and bring in Drizzle, just like we did all the times before. Why is the import incorrect now? It was fine all the time. What's wrong now? Drizzle from Drizzle ORM Expo SQLite. Why is it suddenly bringing in such a strange import? Use SQLite from Expo SQLite. I don't know. Okay, so on create project, we will use Drizzle to call insert into our projects, and we use the name and the color. On top of that, I want to dismiss my router at that point, so we go back a page. Now let's implement the UI. I want to probably not use 100. That's usually bad for our top margin. Let's get this. You can get the header height using use header height. This comes from, that was the import React navigation elements. So that's quite helpful because then you can just replace it and then it's using actually the right distance of your header. This is really, I think it also works for the tab bar. Anyway, additionally, I want to use the Expo Router stack to define something on this page. So you can do, of course, all your definitions here in the layout. But if, for example, like in this case, we have a create button that should trigger an action, there's no really a point to have this in your layout if it's triggering an action here, unless you're using like a state management and then you can maybe like import the store, then it will probably work from the layout page. So in our case, what we can do is we can define the header right component, and this is going to be touchable opacity from React Native. On press, I want to call create project, and I want to make sure that this is disabled while we maybe while the project name is equal to an empty string. Yeah, or equals 0. Text should be create. That's correct. Maybe we're gonna give this some style here. Actually, yeah, if the project name length is equal to 0, I want to use something like a disabled styling. Let's put this here. Okay, style sheet, and I want to use button text. So button text should be more like a primary button. We're gonna bring in our colors again and use font weight. Let's bring it in, the style sheet import, and use this correctly. Okay, so now it will look like this. This is the activated state, but if the project name length is equal to 0, in that case, we of course need something else. In that case, we're gonna use something like button text disabled. This is not how you spell it. Disabled. I think this is how you spell it. Okay, and place this underneath. Oh no, just want this one, yeah. Same font size 18,500, but this time we're gonna use colors.dark. Okay, so inactive, I can't use it to create a project. We need to add some inputs. So let's do this. We don't really need the link yet. Let's begin with a view and some container styling. Our container in this case should actually have some margin horizontal of 20 and border radius, let's use 12, and background color, I will use white. Okay, this is going to be our container for the information. First stop is a text input. No, not from the React Native gesture handler. Be careful. Be careful with your imports. This can go really, really wrong. Once you build your app and you have imports from other packages, this is not a good idea. Okay, so the input styling, as always, comes in here. We have some border, top, and bottom. Because actually to the sides I didn't want to have this, so now it looks more or less like this. We have a bit of padding. I don't really need padding horizontal if we already set padding, and we have my font size. Okay, I feel like something is not quite right yet, but we maybe get there. Value is project name, on-change text, set project name. I will set also the placeholder. Oh, we have a placeholder already up here. Placeholder is just name. And finally, I want to say autofocus, because when this page opens, there's no other point. We just want to focus that input. Good. The second item here is the link. This is going to browse, new project, color select. I'm going to use as child so we can place some content in here. And then I want to do my own touchable opacity in here. This is now not just next, this is going to be a bit bigger item. So let's use styles equals button item, probably styles.button item. And this button item has flex direction row. And of course, we want to, I just wanted to align the items in the center. And I want to use the same white background color. I want to set the border radius in a second, and I want to set padding to 12. Is it already showing up? Not really, right? Okay, like this. So we don't really need the next text here. That doesn't make sense. What I want is, first of all, I want to have an icon. That should be in the first place here. So this is my icon. Then I want to have a little text element. So that text is going to use its own styling. Remember, what we want is something that looks like this. So we have these two here, and then at the end the color and that icon. So let's add button item text. This will be font size 16. This will actually use flex 1, so it's taking up most of the space, and font weight 500. I feel like we need some gap in the button item. Let's use 16 gap. Yeah, good. This is the color that will now take up most of the space. We then have an icon at the end of our row. So we have the chevron. And now finally we have a tiny little view, which now has an array of styles and is pretty much, we actually don't need a closing element. We can directly close this here. So this should be something like styles.color preview. And this is going to be just a circle styling using our selected background color. So this one, color preview with 24, yeah, that looks good. Actually, I think that looks pretty correct because this is our default project color, this blue. Now I just need to, oh, we actually already got that one. We added a click event. Yeah, we wrapped it with a link component. That was smart. That was really a smart move. Okay, so I can give it a name. You see this turns red. We can use the button and we can go to my color selection page. I don't know why, but I don't know why it's not feeling very native to me. I don't know if there's something about the stack here. I don't know. I can't put it into words exactly. Okay, our color select page. As I said, we want to take this simply from GitHub. So check it out on GitHub. You can find it, of course, in the according folder. And what we're going to use here is we will also use our default color, the router and the header height, just like before. And a function that once we select a color, it will both set our state, that's more for that page and displaying what's active, but more importantly, we want to set the router params, the background. And remember, that's exactly what we're watching out for. So we're getting this from these local search params here, and we're using it in our use effect. So whenever that changes and we come to this page, we would accordingly update our own selected color. Okay, let's see. So by default, this one is selected. It just goes through all the project colors that we've defined here and renders like a red circle, styled a colored circle. On press, we have this, and if this item is selected, we also render a check mark. There's really nothing crazy about this. So I can now select one of these, and if I go back, it's not. This is interesting. This definitely used to work before, and I noticed that in some cases it didn't work as well as it used before. So I assume that something in Expo Router or React Navigation has changed that made this pattern not work anymore. Let me try a different solution. Okay, I found a solution, but I don't like it, so we're gonna use something else. So what I tried is I was using now the Expo SQLite key value store, and it kind of works. I can now change it, and it changes. But you see, there's like a 500-600 milliseconds delay, and this just doesn't feel good at all. So what did I do? Well, I added a new package, of course. I installed React Native MMKV. I was going to use this anyway. It is honestly the fastest key value storage you can get. And probably an even better way would be to use Zustand, so you could use state management, or you could use the context API to store that information. But with MMKV, we can do it just as well. Because with MMKV, we can actually use something called, where can we do this? Let's do this on the color select page. Use MMKV string. Now let's bring this in from React Native MMKV. And then use it here, and we want to get selected, and we don't need the type here. I don't know, will this be used as the default? No, this is not the, I should say selected color, and can I then instance? Okay, this is the instance. If no instance is provided, a shared default instance will be used. That's fine, yeah. Can I also have like a default color? I don't see it here, but probably not. So let's see. We can do a little select here, and once we select an item, we actually don't need to do anything. We also don't need the router params. We just need to call set selected. So that will store it on our device automatically. And I should be able to get my selected color here as well. So I'll bring in use MMKV as well. I just need to make sure that we somehow get a default value. Okay, so yeah, this use effect is not helpful anymore. How do we set a default color? MMKV use MMKV string default. That would be default. How you can set a default for hooks? I can guess, yeah, I assumed we would have to do it like this. We just do it like this to give a default value. Interesting. But that looks, I don't know. That looks really challenging. Let's see, can we implement this in our application? And where is, oh yeah, this is my focus effect that wasn't working as well. There was the try with async storage, so that was just too slow, honestly. We can call this one selected, And down here we can also just use selected. Why are we not using selected color? Selected color. That should be it. Right, selected color, set selected color. That's it in all the places. Only thing is that, yeah, this looks strange. So how can we use this now? I want to use this for set selected colors. I don't even know if this is possible. Let's see, if I remove this and set selected color to default project color, I comment out that line. Isn't it fun to use code from GitHub and you have no idea if it can actually work or not? Okay, yeah, it's almost good, right? It's almost good. Only problem is that I now have to use the selected color like this and not and use it as an MMKV object. No, I don't, honestly. We're gonna go with the simple approach. That line might work. I can't make it work right now. So we're using it like this and we're checking if we don't have a selected color, we will just set it to my default. So that means, I don't know what you complain about. This is definitely set at this point. So if I now start a new project, it should have the default color. If I change it, it should definitely be selected here. Okay, red, and it's instant red, and it's instant green. Yeah, this is a whole lot better. So the selection, passing it with the route params here, it used to work, maybe it still works, but some things have changed, so I would be very careful about that. With MMKV, we have sort of like an escape hatch here. It might be better to use an actual state management. You could use context library or a Zustand or whatever kind of Redux, Yotai you prefer. That would probably be even better. But you see, in our case, this works just as fine. All right, so that also means that at this point, we have finished the UI and we actually haven't tested it. Let's give it a try. So I don't know, let's call this galaxies. I will use a cool color. And it appears here, right. And I should be able to do another test one. Okay, so this is, yeah, well, this is not perfect. It's not always using the last color. Maybe I will, when I create a project, I will, yeah, set it back to a default. That's a good idea. Okay, so I will do like a test. I will select green color, add that. And if I go back here, I could now start again. That's better. Now let's also test removing something. Yep, that works as well. I just noticed that we could wrap this up with a little animation maybe. That will look better. So because we're using our live query, the data is automatically added here or removed. However, we can simply call this an animated flat list. All right, let's use animated from, let's actually use it from React Native Reanimated. I like that more. And then you can add something called item layout animation. And we're going to use a simple linear transition from React Native Reanimated. I think this could be enough. Let's try. I will do another test one here. We don't really see how it's created because we're still leaving in that case. I also want to do a little reload here. By the way, after installing MMKV, I hope you did a refresh of your view, but probably you understand this. Let's delete this. Yeah, not perfect, but I think it's already better. So with very minimal effort, like 2 lines of code, adding animated here, adding a linear transition, we have this little animation that makes sure the items just move up. If it's at the end of the list, it's probably not a huge animation. We will get back to more animations later, but for the moment, this is good because we can now manage our projects, we can add projects, we can remove them, and that means we are technically ready to add new tasks with our form sheet. But before we do that, let's also talk about the block here where we had a little to do. So if a user wants to add more than 5 projects, what happens? Well, the user should hopefully upgrade to a paid app. If you want to make money with your application, there's probably no way around using subscriptions and in-app purchases. I just got a question this morning in the Galaxies community. Can I implement this simply with Stripe or PayPal? And the answer is usually no. If you're selling digital goods, if you're selling like a pro upgrade, if you're selling gems or chaos crystals in your app, then Apple and Google want their cut of these things. So you can't just use Stripe and implement your own subscription mechanism. It can work. You can use Stripe for things like selling physical goods, as far as I know, so don't nail me on that. But you really have to look this up in the App Store rules. So if we want to have like a pro account in our app, we need in-app subscriptions. And to my knowledge, there's honestly nothing better than RevenueCat. And I'm personally using this in my own applications as well. RevenueCat is also the sponsor of this clone, so you can find a link below which would support me and RevenueCat. And the good thing is really, people sometimes think like, oh, RevenueCat, yeah, that is paid, right? Actually, no, you can just start completely for free up until 2.5K MTR. What is MTR? Monthly tracked revenue, right? That is MTR. So really, you can make a lot of money before you actually have to pay for RevenueCat. And we're gonna now implement RevenueCat and a pretty decent functionality in our app. I actually took a few steps that I want to walk you through because they are quite not challenging, but they take a lot of time. So let me walk you through. And I also highly recommend, we do have a post on Galaxies about in-app purchases and subscriptions with RevenueCat and Expo that also outlines these steps. So if you want to go along, you can check this out in here. But I will also give you like the audio version of what you got to do. Good. With that in place, let's start. So the first thing you want to do, and let's make this a bit bigger because we are talking code now. Oops, I don't want to kill this. The first thing is we need to install a couple of things. So you want to install the React Native Purchases package and also the React Native Purchases UI. This is a special I discovered and that we're going to talk about soon. Now, we need to make sure our application exists within Apple or Google. How do we do this? Well, usually you need an identifier for your app and you need to make sure it is inside App Store Connect. And for Android, you also need to upload it to the Play Console. I will just walk you through the iOS steps. The Android steps are pretty much similar, actually a bit easier usually. So what you got to do to make your app appear here is you can build your React Native application and create a certificate and upload it to App Store Connect, or you can just let EAS handle that stuff for you. So what you want to run is you want to run EAS build configure, and then it will ask you. So in my case, it actually has found this existing project, so I will use that. I want to just use this for iOS, but in your case, you can probably just go ahead with create a new project. Once you've done this, you should be able to go to expo.dev, and in your account, you should find a new project. So here's my project, Todoist clone. Don't mind that I already have some builds. We're going to talk about that in a second. Once you've connected your app to EAS, you need to build your application. So how do we build our application? Well, there are two ways how you could approach this. The first way would be to use EAS build -- local, then supplying a profile like development and platform iOS. However, this is only giving you a local build. Actually, I wouldn't probably you want to get rid of the profile here. So that wouldn't be too helpful if you want to submit your app. I do have a whole video on building your Expo application, but this would require some manual processing, opening Xcode, submitting, and I think people don't want to do that usually, because with EAS build -- auto submit -- platform iOS, what happens is that your sources will be uploaded to EAS. EAS will start a build, and this was exactly what I did right here. And it failed. It failed because I actually don't know exactly what failed. Yeah, so some kind of build failed, yeah, because I had problems here. But that is not the problem. The thing is that once you do this, actually this one did kind of work. Expo and EAS will create an according certificate in your Apple developer account, and you don't have to manually do this. So I highly recommend you do it with this automatic command. Then you can check into your identifier section here in iOS, and you should find something like this. So in my case, this is for my bundle ID. So this one here is the bundle ID you can find in your project in the app JSON. So right here is my iOS bundle identifier. And that means this is our identifier. Now here you can scroll down and you will see that Expo for you enabled in-app purchases. So the entitlement is added to your application. Also, Expo will create this entry because we've added auto submit, which tries to automatically upload this to App Store Connect, and then you can use this for test flight. This is also great in general. I use this all the time when I build my own app and want to make a new build. I just run the command, it will build in the Expo servers and upload it once it's ready. Now, here begins the actual work for setting up our RevenueCat products and subscriptions. So now we do have this build, we do have the identifier, and we can connect this to RevenueCat. So the first thing is you want to go down here, and we don't have an in-app purchase. So an in-app purchase is usually something like one-time upgrade or crystals that you can use. What we want to set up today is a subscription. Let me zoom in a bit. So I created this new subscription group called Pro. And within that subscription group, I added 2 subscriptions. You also want to add a localization down here. It doesn't matter that this is in the state of ready to submit. Actually, that is the state you want to have it in, that you don't have to finally submit this. This will happen once you release your app and give it to the app review process, but we're not doing this, but we can still test this out. So I added 2 subscriptions. Let's check them out. I gave a simple reference name here. So Pro and Pro Annual. The first one has a month, the second has a year. And these product IDs are usually like what RevenueCat recommends. You could probably, I would still call this RC, I guess. Or maybe you could use your if it's Todoist, TD. Then you follow this up with underscore, the price, and the duration. So here we have $4.99 for a month, or we would have $49.99 for a year. But that's just my product ID. Inside, you can then set up the specifics. So here we have the subscription duration that you want to set. I just added the availability to all regions. I selected the price. I added a little description here for the localization. And the rest here is optional, but down here, you want to upload some image. So in my case, I just uploaded a dummy image because then the subscription is ready to submit. In your case, if you're going for a production app, please make sure that this screenshot actually displays the page where the tester can go for Pro. So same for Pro Annual. This time I'm having 1 year. Availability everywhere. I selected the price, I added a localization, and down here I have some random screenshot. Okay, so once you get these, make sure you also have the localization, because that was a reason for me that it actually failed initially. And that's everything you have to do in App Store Connect. After this, you can head over to RevenueCat. In RevenueCat, you can now, after creating your free account, go to projects and create a new project. So I already did this here. Once you get this, you can add apps. So you can then simply select either App Store or Google Play Store or Roku Channel Store. I haven't seen that one. Always something new. Anyway, okay. In here, you gotta fill out your stuff. So in my case, I filled this out with my bundle ID, a name. This is the RevenueCat app ID. And then you gotta do some special things regarding the configuration. So for all of the things that you need to upload, like the App Store Connect app-specific shared secret or the P8 key file, RevenueCat has you covered. So you can always just go to this information bubble and we'll show you exactly, okay, I gotta go to users and access, and oh, here I can download my API key. Oh, how does this work? Well, you gotta go to subscription and then you're gonna find my app-specific shared secret. So RevenueCat has a link to all the places where you need to go to obtain that information. So then you supply this information, also like the issue ID. All of this will be detailed in the docs here. Additionally, I also set up the App Store Connect API. This is pretty cool because when you do this, it's required if you want to import products into RevenueCat, have product price changes automatically applied, and more. Again, just click more, so you're gonna see, okay, I can do this under user access, integrations, okay, yeah, here I can create my key. And this is, I think, the last setting I did. I don't think, maybe you want to apply for the Apple Small Business Program, and then you have your public API key. This key, by the way, you can copy. You can also find this here under API keys. So here would be my key for this app. And this key goes to our app. This is the first part. So you go into your env and you add your key under Expo public RevenueCat iOS key. So this is a public key that your app can use. Okay, once you got all of that, it begins to look a lot like Christmas. No, it's not yet time, right? Under products, you can now define your products. So this is where you kind of match the RevenueCat information to App Store Connect information or the Google Play Console information. And once your app talks to RevenueCat, you will get this information. So in my case, I simply started by clicking New here, and then you can select your app. And the cool thing now is you can import your products automatically. So this makes it really unbelievably easy. You just hit the button, and then as a result, in my case, I had these two added to our app. Additionally, what you want to have is you want to have an associated entitlement. Okay, so think of an entitlement like something you're now allowed to do within the app. In my case, I have this one entitlement called Pro, which gives us Pro access, and it has two associated products. So make sure you set up this entitlement, however you want to call this, with the two products. Or you might have multiple entitlements, and you might have multiple products. All of this is possible. Once you get this, you can create an offering. And this is usually recommended, and in our case, even mandatory for what we want to do. So an offering is a selection of products that is offered to a customer. In my case, I just have this default offering, which has our two products included, okay? So you can just really always just click New, select the ones you've selected, and then all of this should be set up. Now, at this point, you can already use in-app purchases. And in fact, this is what we usually did. I think we did this in the ChatGPT clone. There we use like one-time upgrades. And you can do this by simply then getting all the offerings from RevenueCat in your application, displaying a button for them with the pricing, and users can purchase them. However, today we're doing something different. What we're doing today is called a paywall. So under monetization tools, you will find paywalls. And here it already shows my default offering. And I'm now creating a new paywall. You can also learn more about this in the docs, of course. So what is a paywall? Can we do this? What happens like this? Yeah. A paywall is pretty much the page you see in most applications if you're going for Pro. So you can make this really easy. You can select one of the templates here. And I think this one is kind of fitting. I will select this one. Paywall content, and we need to fill out some details here now. And later we will be able to simply display this paywall in our application using RevenueCat. And it's kind of fascinating to me, honestly. Do I want to leave this here? I don't have the image right now. Let's maybe select this one here. Okay, so now I should hopefully have a different background image. Cool. Okay. My main title is Unlock Productivity. I don't know, something like this. Then more important is the packages. So the first one here is the monthly one. Let's zoom in a bit for you. So the monthly one, this should also be the default selected one. Package name, okay, this would say monthly. That looks good. Then I want to add a second package, of course. So that would be my annual package. And you can now see that we have two packages in our paywall. Again, the default is, we can also say the annual is the default selected one. Doesn't matter too much. I can even play around with this. Nice. Package details. What can I say? Go Pro for add variable. Like this. So now we would say this would say Go Pro for $4.99 per month or $39. Don't mind the prices right now. This could actually be because I've set them up like this in App Store Connect. It will take the correct pricing. You could also have like a introductory offer or anything like that. So now I want to also customize this to our needs. So let's go to our, oh no, this is my Galaxies newsletter. Let's go to colors and let's select the primary color and go back here. So now I want to say this one, no, probably, oops, can I just go back with this? No, okay. Selected outline, yeah, that looks better. The call to action button should also have my red background, so it's fitting. You can also have some footer links to, this is actually, I think, also required by Apple, so you want to make sure that this is HTTPS something galaxies.dev. Okay, we'll just add them both, so we have this at the bottom. Close button, you don't even have to use a close button as far as I know. How do I want to call this? Go Pro or continue? I think it's usually continue. Okay, we have our packages. It looks, oh, we can also use dark mode. So let's see, can I preview this? Dark mode, here we go. Hey, there we go. For dark mode, we're not yet perfect. So for dark mode, yeah, we're changing it to this. Yeah, that looks good for dark mode. I don't think our app actually has dark mode. So let's go back. Yeah, this is a nice paywall. This will do for the moment. So let's create this paywall. Minimum supported versions, React Native. This is the SDK. I was confused by this. I thought it was like the React Native 0.15, but no, but it's the RevenueCat SDK version. All right, we got our paywall in place. Now it's time to implement this in our app. So in our case, we could just use the RevenueCat UI package. However, I'm a big fan of also managing a bit in a provider. So let's do this. We will create at the root level a new folder, providers, and then I will call this RevenueCat.tsx. We've done this actually a couple of times, so I will bring in a few things. Let's get more space. So these are a couple of imports. They will anyway be generated for you very soon. Now we need our API keys. So we're grabbing these from our env. So I haven't set this up for Android. If you're using Android, you can also, of course, bring in your Expo public revenue key Android key and set this up in your env. I will then add some props. So in our case, I only want to know, is a user pro or not? This is pretty much the only thing this provider should manage. And once we get this, we will later be able to access this in our components. Now, we can create a RevenueCat context using create context and our props. I actually want to do it, yeah, we could do it like this, or we could say it can be null. I think there was also something like partial, right? I forgot the syntax for like creating this with partial. Use partial from TS. Can you do this? Do we then have to supply anything? Okay, I just made it worse, I guess. Or it could, yeah, that actually works. Okay, so now we can export our provider. Export const RevenueCat provider. This will have some children, and this one will have an isPro, which we want to set to false in the beginning. And I also want to check if this is initialized. So you always want to make sure that it's ready. So let's use another state here. Then in our initial use effect, we're gonna configure this. Let's do an init function. So let's call const init. It's going to be an async function, and I want to call init in here. So now we can check as type of key API keys. Oh, that is a smart move by Cursor. I would have done an if, But this is accessing our API key using platform operating system as key of type of API. What the? This is crazy, yeah, because this will return iOS or Android. But then I probably would have to set this up here as iOS and not Apple, right? Right? I feel like honestly, this feels very fancy. I would have just done it like an idiot. So if platform is Android, then use Google. If it is iOS, then use Apple. I don't know. Do what you feel like you can read and understand better. Anyway, now we can call set is ready, and you can do also some things like you could use the purchases SDK to set the log level. So if you're doing debugging, you probably want to set your log level to verbose. I will set it just to error to get the errors. Now, the more important thing is that I want to listen to changes. So I will say purchases add customer info update listener. So this means whenever the customer information changes, because probably purchase pro or we got new information, this would be triggered. So in that case, I want to call a new function. I will call this const update customer info. And within, I will use the customer information. So let's do customer info. This is going to be of the type customer info. And then I will just call this in here with the customer info object. So now I can simply check if the customer info dot entitlements dot active. So this is an array of active entitlements contains pro. And now you need to be a bit careful. You really need to map this to your entitlements. So my entitlements look like this. Does it matter if it is uppercase or lowercase? I actually don't think so. So we might also say like pro. But anyway, you want to check if this is not undefined. And if that is the case, then of course I want to set my user to true. It is going to be false initially anyway, so we don't really, yeah, we can keep it in here. Won't hurt. Okay, now because this is a provider that we want to wrap around our application, we still need to correctly export this. So what we can do now is we can first check if we're not ready. I will return something like return an empty fragment. All right. Otherwise, I will return a RevenueCat context.provider using my isPro value, wrapping all the children. And finally, to make this easy usable as a hook in every component, we're going to export something like use RevenueCat, which will return use context with the RevenueCat context. And hopefully that should work out. Now we need to wrap this around our app. I would say we do this actually within. So once the user logged in, we could do this. We could also do this in the tabs layout. Yeah, let's maybe do it in here. That feels right. So let's go and add the RevenueCat provider around our app. Can you just import Rev, press tab or escape? Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, my friend. And then we close it down here. So now the RevenueCat provider should be wrapped around our app. And is this live reload actually still going? I don't know. Yeah, we got still live reload going. So now we should be able to access it. Let's go to the index page, the browse index page. This is where we initially trailed off on this adventure. And we add a new functionality, Go Pro. Okay, we initially also had isPro equals false. This can now change to use my use RevenueCat hook. And now we get the information. In here, we can just call GoPro. Okay, this is not the camera GoPro. This is a functionality GoPro. All right, and within GoPro, I will not push a new page. So we don't have to do any fancy like coming up with a cool page because we have our paywall now. So we can now use const paywall result, which is going to be of the type paywall result. So you can import this and then simply call await and use the second package we installed. So that is RevenueCat UI. Okay, this is absolutely not where I want to import it from. No, not at all. You really want to import it from the right place. It kind of did it already up there. So we want to add this from RevenueCat. Oops, why is this? Unexpected await. Yeah, I unexpected that as well. Here we go. Okay, from React Native purchases UI. And this is going to be async. And then we await RevenueCat UI present paywall. Within here, we of course or can define which kind of paywall. So you might have different paywalls. The only thing I want to say is display close button. Let's say false. So if we now go here and if we have more than 5 products, we should go into this pro mode. And we should be able to get this. So after this, I will just put a lock for the moment for the paywall result. RevenueCat had this snippet, so you can now switch between these different results and do sort of handling of it. We don't really have to do it right now. So let's give this a try. I have 5. I click plus and it just works. Here we go. This feels so satisfying if you have a complete view in your app that you actually don't have to code. So all of this was set up here. This was set up in our paywall in RevenueCat, and I could now easily switch this out in the future. If I have a different offering, if you have like a Black Friday offering, if you want to show different things, if you want to test different strings, all of this can now be done in the paywall editor. Now, apparently I can't test purchases here in the simulator. That's not really possible, yeah, with some like native stuff and importing libraries, but it's really hard to do that. So I would rather recommend you instead try to deploy your app to a real device. And once you've done this, you can then try a checkout. You also need some sandbox users to do this. In our case, we will leave it like this. By the way, this is here the option related to that close button. And yes, of course, I could style that close button as well. So if you would now purchase this, our user would change to Pro and we will be able to have even more projects. Good. I hope you were able to follow all of this. Again, you can use RevenueCat up until 2.5K monthly transaction. I still forgot the word, but it's a really big amount. So use the code below this video, the link, if you want to give me some credit for that as well. I will not receive money, by the way, from that. Finally, one more thing that I couldn't use today, but that we will probably use in an upcoming video with RevenueCat is they have a new feature called Customer Center. This is pretty cool because Customer Center allows you to have this sort of, can I zoom into this? That's actually pretty nice here. Allows you to have this sort of Customer Center that I'm also used from Stripe. Apparently at the moment this is only in beta and only on iOS or in the iOS SDK. This will certainly at some point hit the React Native SDK, and then you will be able to display this cool Customer Center for your users. Again, just like the UI here with the paywall, it will come with its own UI, so you don't really have to do anything. You only need to include that link and the customer can manage the subscription themselves. So I'm pretty excited about this upcoming Customer Center, and I'm probably even more excited that I discovered the paywall feature, which is like something I will use in all my upcoming apps. But with that being said, let's continue with our app and investigate some time into actually adding tasks. The next screen we want to implement is actually more like a modal. So this is what we want to do. When we click on creating a new task, we want to show this sort of overlay. It actually doesn't look a whole like it's really challenging, but if you've used the Todoist application, you know that a lot of magic is happening in here. And we could have used the Gore Home bottom sheet modal, which I used in many apps before, but this time I wanted to do something different. So let's do this and let's see how. We already have this button down here, which triggers this task new page. Now, what we want to change about this is we want to change the presentation of task new, not to be a modal, but to be a form sheet. That for the moment itself won't really do a lot, but we can now change a bunch of settings. So let's start. I want to set the title to be an empty string. I want to set the header shown to false. Okay, that actually means I wouldn't have to set the title. Okay. So no big changes yet, but now the magic comes if I add sheet allowed detents, yeah, that's how you pronounce it, And within here, you could set this to an area of value. It's kind of like where the screen should snap. So I figured out that this is actually a nice value. So this would be down here. But if we later open up the keyboard, this will actually be fine. Now, in my own application, I noticed that I actually got a complaint from someone who said, I can't access anything anymore. And I was like, why? It worked on my machine. The problem is you have different screen heights, and this might not work perfect in all cases. So what I fall back to is I added the height from using use window dimensions, and I checked if the height here is bigger than 700, then I want to use my own value. Otherwise, just to be sure, I want to use fit to contents. Fit to contents. This means, I will change this now, if this is below 700. As a result, are we below our height? Is our height below 700? I don't know. Okay, yeah, it would fit to content. In our case, it means it just shows down here. But usually once you have some content, it means it goes up until the top. So that means there's a little fallback to make sure everyone can use your app correctly. Now, what I also want to set is I'm going to set the sheet grabber visible to false. So let's go back. This is our app. If I set this to true, you're going to notice we have this little handle. If I set it to false, that handle will disappear. I set our header shown to 0, and I want to set sheet expands when scrolled to edge false. So this is when it's scrolled up until the top. By the way, I can show you this. So you can also have like 0.9 in here. That means I could move this around between these breakpoints, but not higher. But in my case, I only want to have it to one value. And I finally want to set the sheet corner radius to, let's say, 10. So this gives these nice rounded edges here. Okay, I think we will be able to pretty much use this here for our presentation of an existing task as well. I think they should be mostly the same. So now when you click on them, we're gonna see this. We're gonna connect how this works later. So for the moment, because we want to reuse this form sheet, I want to create a new component. So let's create a new component. I will call this to-do form .tsx. Okay, this is my to-do form. And I want to use this now whenever I go to this new page. So the easiest way to do this is actually to simply replace everything here and say I export the default from add components to-do form. So if you do it like this, you can just click here and it would not render the new page, it would render this page. Why is this important? Well, we can now use this to-do form, and when I click here, we can later use this ID and do some like SQLite stuff and then pass that to our to-do form and therefore reuse this to-do form in two places. Because we're talking about a form, we also need one package. So I highly recommend you install React Hook Form. This is probably the best library for managing forms. And although I had an initial issue that I posted upon on X, I don't think it was related to Hook Form. I think this is fixed or was fixed under the hood in React Native itself. I was like typing fast and controlled inputs, and there was a lot of drama. But as far as I know, this should work fine now. So there are a couple of things we want to now do on our to-do form. By the way, I can already bring this in. And then we can get started. So this is my to-do form, right? I will just bring this in and then use this from React Hook Form. I also want to define a type to-do form data. So my to-do form data will be a name and a description, which is a string, and that means I can now type this correctly to use to-do form data. Currently on submit, it would call a submit handler. This should probably be a bit bigger function later on. I can already do this. Oh, that was a strange character. Okay, let's do a little knock here, submit. Okay. Additionally, to my to-do form, I might pass some information. So let's set up general to-do form props, and that could be Yeah, we could do a project ID and then resolve the information here, or I resolve it up front. It actually doesn't matter too much. I would say I will do it like this. So I might pass an optional to-do to this page, but no, not from Drizzle schema, from my interfaces. But this might have additional information. So we've used this before. If we have a left join or something, we might have a project name and a project color, which is a string, and also a project ID, which is a number. So this will help us once we pass some props to this page. Not required in this moment, we'll just leave it like it is. Okay, so from React Hook Form, we can now import a couple of things. I also want to import control here, so we will be able to use this. I will add handle submit. I have my form state errors, and I don't really need to watch something, but I want to use a trigger. Now, you can also initialize your form with some data. So in here, we could have an object with default values, which would specify the default values for name. This could optionally use the to-do that was passed to this page. And additionally, we have my to-do description, which might or might not be filled. There's one more thing. We're gonna probably do this later. Okay. So we also need to grab some information about the projects, because as you may not remember, if we check this out, down here we would have a drop down with all of our projects. So we simply bring in all the projects using our use live query hook from Drizzle. We use Drizzle DB. Oh, we probably need to create that Drizzle DB. So let's do const db equals use SQLite context, and then const Drizzle DB Drizzle DB equals Drizzle and DB. Okay, and then we just need to import projects accordingly. Can you just do this? Nice, good. So we got the data. These are all of our to-dos, and so we can now use this. I want to use this outside of hook form. So let's say selected project, set selected project. Yes, use state. I want to bring in use state. Okay, and then let's see. This will actually always be a project. So I want to set the default value. Let's see, let's do this differently. Let's do it like this. So if we do have a to-do and it has a project ID, if that is the case, I want to use an object that looks like this. Otherwise, I want to have an object that looks more like ID1. I think this is always the one. Let's call this one name inbox. Is inbox always ID1 or 0? That's a good question, my friends. Can we dive into Expo Drizzle Studio plugin? I don't know if we have the hook right now. Yeah, we do. Okay, ID1. So this was like the fastest way of my life to debug a question I had about SQLite. Unbelievable. Okay, we will talk about dates a bit later. We have my on submit, and we will also have a little use effect block here to cover a couple of things. In here, we're going to use the trigger. So then we will be able to trigger our form manually. I will show you what this means later on. Let's do it normally. So let's focus a bit on the view here. In that view, I can just use, I can simply use style. Just use flex 1 and background color white. I don't have to, we probably anyway need this. Let's do container styling down here. Let's see, by the way. Yeah, this is my to-do form. Perfect. So I want to wrap all of this in case something is wrong with a scroll view. Okay, and the scroll view will get my container styling, but I will get this as the content container style. Then we have inside controllers. So this is how you use React Hook Form. Did I close this somewhere, or no? This is my RevenueCat customer send. Oh, here it is. So usually you register your controls using some controller. You can also do this slightly bit different, but is this the React Native getting started? This doesn't feel like here's React Native. So here is an example with some default values and with a controller. And now let's just copy this one over, and I'm gonna add this here. So I mean controller, just as I said. Let's import this from React Hook Form. So I can bring in the controller here. And then we are connected to our control that we added from the hook. We use, let's see, name should be name because this is connected. Then we have the render function here, which will get us a text input. Placeholder should be task name, on blur, on change text, on change. That's cool. Value, value. What I also want to say is autofocus, because when this view comes up, I want to focus this field. And I will also set autocorrect to false. I don't know. I just feel like we don't need this. Let's call this one title input styling. The rules is required. Yes, that's fine. So let's add our title input. Oh, and I forgot the container styling. We're going to do that in a second. But for the moment, let's go here. So the title input should have a big font size. Let's use 20 and some padding horizontal of like 16. Okay, looks okay already. But for my container, I want to also set the background color to white. I want to have some gap between all the elements and some padding top. I don't want to set a general padding because we will have something to scroll here. And whenever you have that and set a general padding, you will have issues because then it stops like here and it looks kind of ugly. So we're going to rely on this. This also means I will also have a description input. This one with a bit smaller font size. Let's just use 18. And we're going to have below that an action button container, also padding horizontal 16 and flex direction. Now we can copy over our first block and simply tweak it for the description. So the description is actually not really required. It will also render a text input, this time using the description input. This should, of course, not have autofocus. This will just have, let's just use description. And I want to make this multi-line. And of course, down here for the controller name, probably the most important part. Let's bring this up because it's that important. I want to set this to the according name of the components. We have name and description, and these map the to-do form data types up here. So now we can already see down here we have the big input, and oh, there's something wrong. Looks like they're both connected. Let's see. Oh, I probably have to hit save. Yeah, that's better. Okay, that looks good. Let's see also if I click here, we're gonna see it's auto-focusing on this one. And now with the keyboard open, so with the hardware keyboard really opened, we see this should probably match the height we wanna see here. Okay, cool. Below our two controllers, we now need another row. This is actually going to be a scroll view that's horizontal. I want to make sure horizontal, but shows horizontal scroll indicators false. And for the styling, let's use the styles.actions button container. Good. Not really projects. We're going to do a couple of things in here. So we want to have like these little tag elements. Let's start with a pretty easy one, and we're gonna just add a pressable from React Native here. And this one is using different styles. I don't want a touchable opacity because Why actually? That's a good question. I don't know. I probably just feel fancy and wanted to do something else. So in the pressable, the cool thing is in here you can actually get the pressed state, and then you can return an object. So return an object in here that is your styling. So depending on the state, this can be different. I will actually make this an array so we can have a couple of things here. So first I want to use something like outlined button. That is my first styling. So let's apply this and close this. Oh, I probably also need to have something in there, yeah. And my outlined button styling goes down here. So this one will be quite extensive. Maybe we should see our object on the screen first of all. Error, yes. Okay, we have this scroll view, pressable. Expected closing tag for the scroll view. Yeah, I expected that as well. I expected this to be automatically. Okay, we have this one down here. You see, it's not a beauty. So let's change that. Border width, not 1, but as always, style sheet hairline width. Border color should come from our own colors object, and we're gonna use the light border. Okay, you probably can't really see that one yet. Border radius should be 6. Let's use padding horizontal of 12. Oh, that was a German word. You learned some German today. Germany 12 is 12. Same letter as Zustand in the beginning. All right, padding vertical of 8. And that makes it already look okay. Then we have some margin right because I want to have some other elements in there as well. And I want to make sure the content is in the center, align items in the center, and itself should have flex direction because there will be an icon next to this and a gap of 4. Okay, of course this is not saying add to project. This is going to render an ionicon. So let's use flag outline. And then the text will be, let's use, I think the first one in the app is priority. Okay, looks quite good, I think. We have my outline button styling. Now we just need to check in here. If it is pressed, I want to change the background color. So background color depends now on the pressed state. If it is pressed, I will use colors.lightborder. Otherwise, I will use transparent. So now pressing this will give this a nice little effect. Okay, so this is how you can work more specifically with a pressable and the states here. By the way, I want to use the dark color for that icon. And finally, let's give this one the outlined button text styling. So that should also just be a bit smaller font size actually, but therefore a bit bigger, yeah, more bold. Okay, so now this looks priority, yeah, no problem in there. Good, and we're gonna do a couple more of these. So let's just copy the pressable. And let's see, let's do 2 more, and they should fit nicely into this horizontal scrollable container. For the second one, I will just use location. So we will not really use all of them. This is more like a bit of dummy thing. So location outline and location. And then we had also, I think, labels. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty cool. So you can now attach some action to these. In fact, we will only have one of them with a real action, which goes in the first place. And that one will soon be able to trigger a date selection. So we can already set this up. Let's use calendar outline, and the text will actually be the date. So we're gonna have to do a bit more about that and how it opens a modal and what kind of text is displayed. Let's probably keep it like it is for the moment because that, do we have that date select? Nope, not yet. I'm gonna do this in the next part. Okay. But anyway, our view looks okay-ish, I would say. So we can scroll this, we can have our inputs. Now we probably only need the project display, and a button to submit all of this. So after this horizontal scroll view, we're gonna do another view, and I wanna call this one, or give it the styling, styles dot bottom row. All right, the bottom row can go quickly into our styling as well. This one needs actually, padding horizontal of 16 as well, and a padding vertical as well of 12. I want to give this a tiny border at the top. So border top width, super thin, and my light border color. And again, we want to have flex direction row, because we have multiple items in there. But this time I want to have justify content space between. That makes sure that if we place 2 items in them, one item will be here and one item will be here. So there's like space between. But we still want to align them in the center. Good, that's my bottom row. Now, this bottom row requires 2 pressables as well. We can probably reuse this button here. Okay, let's see. Yeah, can we just open this? Okay, yeah, we see the thin border. It stays right in place. Should be fine, only that I want on press do something here. Yeah, we can just log pressed for the moment. We're gonna implement a little modal here in a second. For the moment, let's leave it like this. But we wanna have the second pressable as well. This time, do we want to use it like this? Yeah, we want to use it like this, but a tiny bit different. Actually, why am I using a press? I'm still asking myself why I didn't use a touchable opacity, but yeah. You should try something new every now and then. Okay, so this will be my submit button, and we don't want to change the background color. We probably want to change the opacity of that button, because that would make more sense. So my submit button should normally have a background color of my primary color and a pretty big border radius of say 25, because this is like a completely round button, and a padding of 6. All right, looks beautiful, right? Not really. So we're just gonna place the arrow up in there. Arrow up with a size of 24 and a white color. Okay, looks better, huh? Right. Okay, we don't really need pressed state, so we can also just have our styling in there. Okay, now I need to be careful that I'm not breaking this. Okay, yeah, and this probably might be an array, so just correct this. And what we want to do is we want to set the opacity of this button and check. Yeah, no, not like this. I want to use the errors.name, so you can specifically check if a certain input or a certain element of your form has errors. If this has errors, so question mark here, I want to set this to 0.5, otherwise to 1. Also, this button should finally have on press my handle submit with on submit. So this is how we would submit the form. And with that, we have pretty much nailed the UI here, I think. This row in there, I don't know why this date, what is this? By the way, I noticed something that this, it sometimes closes, like when I click somewhere else, it closes the keyboard, and that's not happening in the official app. I think the fix I used for this was going to my horizontal scroll view and saying keyboard should persist tabs and saying always. So that means when I click in here, let's do a little refresh of our app every now and then. And I think I also use this at the top because we have multiple scroll views, right? Yeah, here as well. So if I now go in here and tap somewhere, it's not all the time closing the keyboard because I really want this view to stay like it is. So this is like a hidden gem I discovered as well. One of these things. No, I don't want dictation. That's probably a bit too much. Okay. We do have all these things in place. We will fill them a couple of like the modals a bit later. in the next part. For the moment, we just want to make sure that we can correctly submit our form. I am actually able to submit it here, and then it turns into invalid state. So this is interesting now. Our form is initially invalid because we don't have a to-do or description, but the name here is required. So why is it not invalid initially? Well, that is because we need to trigger like something here once. I can show you, like if I go into this, it's valid. If I type something and then remove it, it actually should become invalid at this point. Didn't we say that name is required? Let's check here. Let's go down to our name. Rules required true. It definitely is required. So why am I not getting an error right now? This should definitely be transparent now, the button. So where is my button? This is the handle opacity. If error's name exists, then it should be 0.5. I also kind of want to... Can we also disable this? I don't think we have to. It will probably work like this. Let's try another thing. So I initially added this here, and this should trigger this form to be initially, as you can see, validated. That means only once I start typing, I will be able to press this button. I'm actually able to press it right now. So we see my submit button and the description now working. And if I go back, the button turns back to this and I can't use it anymore. By the way, when I press this one, we really want to set, so on this, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around here. I was just looking for the right code. When we press this, isn't there like something with the opacity? Touch, what is it? Yeah, I could ask Cursor for this, definitely, but I don't want to right now. So I will leave it like this. You could change the opacity. Now, on submit, I want to submit this data, and this is also pretty easy done now. So if this data, or if we do have a to-do, it means we're updating this. Otherwise, we're creating a new to-do. Let's start with a creation. So in that case, I can call await drizzle db insert into the to-dos schema. So let's import this from db schema. And my values are name, data.name, description, data.description. Project ID is my selected project ID. We will come to that in a second. I will set the priority to 0. I will set date edit to today, completed to 0. And finally, we need a due date. So what is my due date? This is actually to do at due date here, because right now we have no selection for the date. Also, we're gonna make this here an async function. And now in the case we just wanna update something, we can call await drizzle db, update my to-dos collection, set name, description, project ID, and also the due date. So we can change that as well. Where to-dos ID equals to-do ID, that's correct. We just need to bring in the equal from drizzle over m, and then we should have it. So this is our update function. Pretty nice, right? Again, I want to have that hardware keyboard. So now it opens up. It's invalid. Now I start typing. Yeah, this is more like an editor thing. And I wonder why it's not validated again. Because the button stays invalid. That is definitely incorrect. I think we need one more thing. This sometimes only re-renders or updates when it re-renders. So we can change this by changing the mode here to on change. If we set this, is there any, no, there's nothing for this. But if we set the mode to on change, yeah, that should, we probably need to reload this once. Then let's see. Okay, I'm going in here. It is invalid. I start typing. It becomes valid. I go back to an empty string, it becomes invalid again. Okay, so we now have the form validation in place here. This pushes out the views. If this is multi-line, yeah, this could be a flaw of our application. When this becomes multi-line, this view would either have to grow a bit or would have to be able to scroll accordingly. So because, I mean, you can actually observe how many lines a text field has. So if it has like 3 lines, you could calculate how big the scroll view needs to be and therefore change something. But I didn't want to overcomplicate things in here. I think this is already more than enough for one part. So we have a React hook form. We have connected it to our data here. Now we just need to add in a couple more information. So I want to have something so I can select a date. I want to be able to select a project. And for all of these things, we can use tiny little nuggets. And we also finally want to make sure that when I click here, it pre-fills that form. So let's tackle all of that now. Okay, so for the moment, we're going to focus on making sure we can include a date. This happens by clicking here and then displaying another modal that should look roughly like this. So we're going to have the same setup like before. We're going to have a couple of quick action buttons. And we do have this date time picker down here. How do we integrate all of this into our app? That's a good question. We're going to use the date time picker first of all. So go ahead with this command npx expo install @React Native community date time picker and then rebuild your application. I think this is a native module, so it will require a new build. Then we can follow this up with a new page, not with a new folder, a new page. Let's call this date select.tsx. Okay, I was too fast once again. Let's just call this page. And then I want to integrate this in my layout as well and also in the to-do form. So in the to-do form, I want to add this to the date button. Where is our date button? So we're going to find the pressable that has date, right? Here it is. And then we will add an actual on-press event. So on-press. I want to do something. So on press, I want to call the router, which we probably also haven't added. So let's do call this one change date. Yes, on press change date. And then const change date. Good. Now we're going to bring in the router from Expo Router. Okay. And additionally, we also don't really have a state for that selected date yet. So let's add this as well. Just like we have our selected project, I will now add a selected date. This will either use the existing due date of my date, converting that into a new date, or just using new date on this. Additionally, I want to have something to pass back that value. So we'll be on another modal, select the date, and then come back. And it's always a bit challenging to like sync that stuff. We could use a context provider, but I really don't want to do too much. So just like we did with the colors, we will now do const previously selected date, use state. Well, not really use state. What I want to use is, maybe you can already guess what it is. Use MMKV string for selected date. So we're trying to grab this previously selected date, and then we're going to add a little additional use effect block. Use effect. If we do have a previously selected date here, so if this exists, I want to set my selected date using this previously selected date, and then I intentionally want to call set previously selected date to undefined to like prevent any issues that might be because we've previously selected it and then we come back to it in the future. With that selected date, we can now also update our calls here. So this one would now update to selected date get time, just like here, the due date, selected date get time. And once we got all of that, we can implement our little functionality here for changing the date. So when we want to change the date, I want to make sure that I grab my currently selected date string and convert that to an ISO string. And then I will set this as the previously selected date. So it kind of works in two directions. It will pass that information to that new modal, and it will pass or parse the information once we get back. Oh no, did I mess up this one? Oh no, date select should be just like this. I'm so sorry. Date select should look like this. So pressing on this already opens up this little view down here. Why does it look like this? I have honestly no idea. Why is it not coming up as a default page? That's really interesting. But anyway, we're gonna have to change the styling for it anyway. So let's just copy one of our styling blocks here in the layout. And let's do a new one for task/date select. This time I will call this schedule, and I will actually show the header. I will change these to a bit different values. So I will use 0.6 and 0.9. I want to have the sheet grabber to be visible. The rest can mostly stay the same. So now going there, is it applied, honestly? Go to date. Yeah, that looks better. That looks mostly correct. On header left, I want to have a button to close this. So let's do this quickly. Let's just use the default React Native button component for once, title, cancel, and on press, we're going to use the router back. And I will also set my color here to colors.primary. Now we just need to add the router. So let's use const router and use router. Okay, so here we go. Cancel would bring us back. Pretty nice. It actually works really well, mostly out of the box. I didn't expect that, to be honest. Okay, that means we can now go into that page and implement what has to be done. So on this page, we probably need the router as well, just like we normally need. Okay, from Expo Router. Then I want to have my current date. So that is just today. And of course, we can use state up there. Then I will have a selected date. And for the selected date, I will actually use the MMKV string. So use MMKV string selected date. This means we can automatically select the right date. And also, just like we did before, if we do have a selected date up front from wherever we got this, we will set it as our current date. We of course need a function, something like onSave. Let's do whatever. We will not do this right now. And then we can focus on the view. So first, let's do a quick container styling. Flex 1, background color white, and I want to have justify content, center, and align items, center. Good. I also want to have this button up here to save it. So again, I will do this on page because that makes it easier for me to correctly use this. Stack.screen and then options, not header shown, but header right. And another, this time I'm going back to the touchable opacity. I still wonder why I used the pressable. I mean, in some cases on that page it made sense, but not in all the places. I don't know. Okay, onSave. I'm gonna call onSave. We can actually use my current date in there in onSave. So let's convert this. Let's call const date string equals current date to ISO string. And I will call the set selected from the MMKV string, so it will be available on our component later. And I will call router dismiss to simply dismiss this view. That should be fine. Okay. Instead of just showing save here, I will show done and use style. Let's use done button. Okay, done button. Okay, this is not how you pronounce it. This is better. So done button should have just the red color we would be expecting from a primary button, and font weight bold, and maybe font size of 18. And yeah, I really like this It just automatically adds the import. I think Cursor acquired Supermaven, and therefore this tab import up top works a lot better now. Okay. Cancel should still work. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't work, but it certainly works now. Cool. Now we do have two views on this page. We have one view, which is, let's call this one styles.quickbuttons. So these will like set it, the due date to today, tomorrow, next week, something like that. So we have quick buttons and quick button. We will actually have a couple of them, but maybe we can already start our styling. So quick buttons should actually use a width of 100. And then we're gonna say it should have a gap of 30 between the elements and a padding vertical of 20 as well. Come on, 20, and this one can be removed. Okay, well, not too good, but we're gonna get there. Quick button should have the no background color. Don't really need this. Let's do it a bit differently. So the quick button should look like this. It should align the items, flex direction row, just a bit of gap. So right now it's quite boring. So let's bring in a couple of things. We have an icon, a text, and another icon. So it could look like this. Icons, name equals today outline. Size, let's use a bit smaller, 20. And then we're gonna go back and rely once again on our date colors. So I don't know if you remember them. We have some date colors for different days. And that will help us to do a couple of cool, like minor things, but they're really cool for users. So that this one will have styles.quickButtonText. And then, yeah, we still need to set that up in a second. And then we're gonna have another text, actually, another text one, which should now format this date. So this is interesting. Let's call this one quick button date. And we can use datefns to format this correctly. So I'll bring it in from datefns. I will not use the current date. I will use today. So new date and EEE. What this does is I'm recording today is Monday and it would show up as Monday. So just like in this screenshot, I want to show these to be dependent on the current date. So we can easily calculate them with datefns. So now we just need quick button text and quick button date. So let's go down here. The quick button text should be font size 16, a bit bold. And the important piece here, flex 1. So this will make sure that it spans most of this. And the quick button date should just be 16 and colors dark. Okay, looks a lot better. And now what we need is two things. We need to add the according handler here. So what do I want to do on press? On press, I want to, what do I actually want to do? I want to call on save. Yeah, good point. In here, we should probably use the date that is passed to it. Let's do this a bit differently. Let's use date in here. Date, and then I will use date to transform it. And that means down here, I will use onSave with this. And here I would call onSave with the current date. Okay, I hope this makes sense. This just makes the function a bit more generic. If I now press save, or if I press done, it will use the currently selected date. If I press here, it would use today, and so I can have tomorrow, whatever, ever, and all of these connected to their own buttons. So let me show you. We just copy this touchable opacity now, and we're gonna reuse it here. So this time, I wanna call onSave for tomorrow. Okay, so this is the tomorrow button. This means we use the tomorrow color. I use new date. I would probably use format and then add days. Oh, come on, you can add this. Add days. And then new date +1. And up here as well. So now we would have one for tomorrow. I would set my selected date to tomorrow. Now I want to have another one that should be, that should say this weekend. I want to use colors.weekend. And this time I wouldn't use @days. Really, and Datefns is so cool. You can just call next Saturday. So next Saturday based on my current date, and also for the formatting, use next Saturday. So it will display like this. And then we're gonna do one more that will just show next week. Okay, for next week, I want to call onSave with add weeks. Add weeks to my current date. I want to add 1 week to my current date. I want to use the color other here. And then I want to add weeks. So it shows up as next Monday. Okay, actually, I think I used a bit different icons sometimes. So I will just use the calendar. For today, I will use this one. The others will get this. I feel like the quick button text is quite large, but well, I think it should work. Okay, so I can now select today and I would be brought back. This should now also render the according date on our to-do form. So right now we're not really doing this. We have the pressable to change the date, but it's really just rendering date. Let's change this. So instead of rendering the date, what do I want to do? I want to probably have my own function that like checks this. So let's call this one get date object, and that would give us for a specific date the color and the text. So if it is the same day, again, great Datefns function. If it is today, I want to return name today and color date colors today. So if that's now the other one, if else or else if, as some people say, is tomorrow. If the date is tomorrow, I think I need to use is tomorrow. I think I need to convert this to a date first. Then I want to return the name tomorrow and the tomorrow color. In the other case, I think we only have 3 colors. We have today, tomorrow, we have weekend. I'm not so sure if we can do it like that. Yeah, I think besides tomorrow, I will just have one last else block. I don't want to do the tomorrow. So else will just, as the name, call format new date with a date. And I want to display it like this, so it accordingly shows up like this. Oh, this is so cool, just pressing tab and not having to move up. It feels really good. Okay, so this is my get date object. Now I can call this instead of just using the date here. So let's try this out. This is my outlined button text, and I will use get date object selected date dot name. So now it shows as today. If I set it to tomorrow, yes, it works. Nice. Okay, let's tweak this even more. Let's use the colors as well. We're gonna use them up here. So when we have background color, we will now set the border color to get date object selected date colors. And I want to set the calendar outline color as well to get date object selected date dot color. Okay, also my text should be in that styling. So let's make the outline button text an array and add one prop that is color to get my selected color. Okay, now, so that means I have the icon in the color, I have the text in the color, and I have the border in that color, right? So if I change this to today, everything turns green, everything's orange, and next week everything's, oh, I like it. I honestly like it. Also notice how it's now displaying that day, and here it is giving me, oops, the day string. This might be one of this is one of the things I really like doing these clones for. Yeah, we have like 4, 5, 6 hours of knowledge into this build and it's all for free for you. But if somebody gets here and notice this thing, this is a really cool thing for users to do. I mean, it could also just be a random color, but like having this color here match the color here is what makes really great applications. So really try to keep an eye on these details. Okay, there's one last thing missing regarding dates, and that is we need to go back into our date select and we want to display a date picker as well. So after all the touchable opacities, let's bring a date time picker. And of course the import is not correct. So we want to bring this in. Remember, I installed this from React Native Community Datetime Picker, or you as well, and you hopefully rebuilt your project since then. So by default, this gives me some room to play. Value current date. Let's actually make sure this is a new date with current date. For the mode, I want to set date. That's fine. For display, I want to use it inline. So you can also have this pop up, but if you use it inline, that's also cool. On change, I want to call, I want to set the, actually, no. Actually, I want to immediately close this. So let's say I want to get the current date using either this date or a new date if it's not set. And then I will call my save function with this selected date. Okay. I also want to set the accent color to my primary color. Primary, yes. So let's see. If I go here, it renders this nice view. I can also bring this more up. It renders the active day using my accent color. And you can also give this some styling if you want to. So I don't know if it would make a big difference if I set this to flex 1. But I just want to make sure that everything is justify content in center and also align item center. But it looks pretty much pretty aligned with our view anyway already. Cool. Let's see. I can also change this December. Okay, that changed it. Interesting. Not perfect. Okay, let's set it to the 26th. That should be okay, I'm in December. Yeah, I want to go back to November. And if I'm in November and set it to Wednesday 27, okay, and if I go 26, it's tomorrow, and if I set it to 25, it's today. Nice. So that logic still works even here. And we got our 2 breakpoints. One is here. We could even probably change this a tiny bit. So we could make the first one like 0.5. Let's see. And it will look like this, and then we can pull it up. Yeah, well, it honestly doesn't matter too much. I think this might be fixed, so let me check. Previously I noticed that down here I could see the other form. No, that's not the case anymore. So looks good to me. We have our inline date picker and it smoothly brings us back to the previous page. So really nice experience. I can give it a name, I can give it a description, I can give it a date. So the last missing piece here is making sure that this is also nicely aligned with our actual project. The last missing piece of our task input is selecting a project. And honestly, this in the official Todoist application isn't too exciting. It just opens a little pop-up here. And the same is, by the way, true for priority, I don't know, location, but labels. They all just open up a little pop-up basically in the center of the screen, sometimes a bit aligned. And we can do this quite easily with a React Native modal. I think up until here, I haven't used the React Native modal myself. So it's quite interesting because it's actually okay to use from time to time. So let's go probably here. This is related to the project. So I will add const show projects, really show projects, set show projects should be false initially. And when I click down at the bottom on our, which currently says labeled, which of course is wrong, then I want to set this to true. So selecting this should call set show projects to not, or can just do it like here. Set show project. Actually, I want to set this to true when I click this button, right? I don't want to just negate this. Okay, now this label also changes slightly. I will also include an icon after this. This will be the caret down. Caret down size, really just a small one, 14. Okay, and then we need to define the actual text. I will use the selected project.name. So right now it says inbox. Also, this one up here is incorrect. So let's change this. I will check if the selected project dot, oh no, I don't want to do whatever this did. Selected project, come on. I can't type anymore. If the selected project ID is equal to 1, meaning our standard inbox project, and I want to render icons using file tray outline size, a bit smaller, maybe 20 colors dark. So by default, it renders like this. Cool. Pressing this will now open it up. And the other case is, of course, if the selected project.id is unequal to 1, and I'm very well that I could do like a question mark here, but I wanted to do it like this time. In that case, I want to render a little text element, which is just a hashtag. And I will also have, for the styling, the selected project. Let's use it like this. Let's use color selected project dot color. Is this correct? I think it is, yeah. So now we have either this like inbox, or we'll later have hashtag name with the according color of that project. We could probably even give it to the border, but I think this is not done. Anyway, now we have everything in place. So clicking this already sets my show project to true. And now let's implement a beautiful React native modal. Let's go to the top of our view. Let's put it in here. And we're just going to use a modal from React Native. Inside of that modal, we will render a list of all of our projects. Where do we want to start? Do we want to start in the modal or how it's visible? Let's do this one. So it is visible when show project is true, and I don't want to set this yet. So right now it is true and it's actually filling up my whole view. That means we need some styling. I will call this one the styles.centered view. All right, this is important because as you can see, it fills the whole page right now. This page is, by the way, a bit too long to my liking. We could probably have done a bit better job. Okay, centered view looks like this, flex 1, and I will align the items in the center. And now I will come up with an additional modal view. And that one is interesting because this one will now use a margin and the dimensions API. I don't need this one down here. So I want to use the window width -60 in terms of the width and a height of just 200. And we can also have a little box shadow of, let's say, this one here. And that should be fine. So right now we're not using modal view yet. So let's go back to the modal and wrap it with this additional view. So we have my centered view. And I will add another view here using the modal view. So now it should decrease already to this. Does this... something seems to be wrong. Why is my whole background white? That is a pretty good question. Because the modal is in there? No, not really. Let's see. We have, yeah, transparent true. That's it. You gotta set transparent to true. And also you can set the animation. So with that animation, I don't have a button to close it yet, but with that animation, it should actually fade in nicely. And now we can also say that on request close, this is when the modal is closed. In that case, what I wanna do is I wanna set show projects to false. Cool. Now for the internal view here, we can just render a flat list. Have we done this somewhere? I feel like we have done it. We should have done this on the browse page, right? Oh no, here we have a context menu. Why am I doing this to me? This could have been so easy. And now I did it like this. It's probably easier if I do it myself. Okay, so flat list, the data in this case is my data. My render item should render a touchable opacity. We're probably gonna do this in like this. So touchable opacity from React Native. Styling, we will have the same project button styling. And on press, we can directly set this. So on press, I will set my selected project. Now we do have the first text is the hashtag. So that also means I want to use the item color, and then we have the item name. And this one will use the project button text. I think those two can actually be copied from our browse page. So project button and project button text, right? Project button text. Yeah, I was right on that one. Also the separator? Nah, not the separator. We don't need a separator today. Do we? I don't know. Okay. Not the most beautiful, but it should get the job done. It's interesting how the flat list seems to mess up the rounded the rounded borders. I haven't seen that one before. But anyway, the modal is an interesting one to use. It can be quite helpful. It can also be challenging to work with. So let's see. So we have the flat list with the items, and we have a key extractor. I probably want to set the item separator component to a view. Let's just do the styling quick and dirty inline. Height will be style sheet.hairline width, and the background color should be my own light border color. Okay, so the only thing I don't like is that it spills over. So we do have our shadows here. Border radius, the modal view, should I probably give this up here as well? No, it doesn't really make sense for the centered view. It should be applied to my flat list, I assume, right? Flat list, where's my flat list? Let's see, if we give this one the style background color red, is this the main issue? Yeah, I think so. So what if we gave this a border radius of 16? Better. Now we're not going over. Also, shows, this is vertical. I don't really want the vertical indicator. And here we go. So let's finally check. If I press one of these items, I will set my selected project. Let's do a little refresh here, if this works. So if I go here and then say work, we do see work is applied, but yeah, we need another function, or we need to do it in here. Let's use a new function. Let's call this one on project press with the item, and then we implement here on project press. So we can now set the selected project and set show projects to false. No, I still don't want to chat with you. Okay, so now it closes. Inbox, work. Why does it show like the ID? I don't really want that. Let's see, down here it's probably, I messed this up in our button. So it says, yeah, it should just say hashtag. Okay, finally, I can select one. It shows the project. It uses the hashtag color for inbox. It even renders this default icon, and I could iterate through that. Maybe I would remove the border radius a tiny bit. 16 fields, like a lot here. 12 might be enough. So you would have to change this for your modal somewhere down here as well. Yeah, maybe this is enough. 16 is definitely too much. So let's see. I add a task, learn about modals today, test, and let's hit save, and voila. Added 2 galaxies, my task with the right color. Let's do another one for, let's say, in a couple of days, test to whatever project, this one. Hit save, and it appears here in our list. Nice. This works really good. The only thing that's not working is that when I submit this, I should close this view. So on submit, we're gonna make sure that we correctly go to our, so we have our update. Yeah, we just need to include router dismiss, and then tomorrow something. Yeah, that's it. Whew, that was interesting, right? It's also nice that we have the live query and we see the update immediately here in the background. So no matter what I do, it will just immediately show up here. This means we are almost done with this. We can add this. We have our date selection. We have our project selection in a really performant way, unless I mess up something with that cancel button. But I usually don't see a problem with that. The only thing is I want to click this and pre-fill my page. So this is our last missing piece for this view right here. It already shows this page. So we basically just need to grab the right information and display the form with that to do. So let's quickly do this. Remember, this is inside of the task folder where we get the ID. So just like always, use SQLite context, then const drizzle db equals drizzle db, and then we can grab our data using use live query. We can actually also use the, yeah, we will probably do this in another video where we go deeper into the different ways to use Drizzle, because here we don't really need the live query. We could also just use the query builder from Drizzle. Could I just use drizzle.query? Would it be like this? Yeah, it will probably look a bit different. Seems like the schema generic is missing different. Yes, there's a problem here. DrizzleDB dot select dot. It doesn't like my data here, so I will do it with the live query instead. And again, we're gonna do this in a second video. So here's my live query. I wanna select as well from the projects with our left join, so we include that information. If I don't have data, or data.length for some reason is equal to 0, I wanna, yeah, redirect would be fun, but let's just return null in that case. Otherwise, we can create our to-do correctly, and we're gonna use the spread operator. So we're gonna include everything from data 0.todos. And then we're going to include our additional information. So we're going to include the project name as project's name, and then also the project color as project's color. So just one final log. This should be our final to do. If I go here, we have this object. Okay, we have this full object with all the necessary information. And now the magic of creating useful components. We're going to include the to-do form and pass our to-do to that page. It still complains about this. What is missing? We have the project name. Okay, this could be 0, empty. So now it is filled. Let's go. And here we go. Today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And just renders exactly the information that was stored in the to-do. We can also remove the styling because we're reusing all the information from the to-do form. And we have now one single place of truth, which is the to-do form, in which we can define all these things, in which we can update all these things for the app. We can do a blank one, or we can reload it. So that was a giant step. I think that's one of the most challenging parts here of this application. So from now on, it will probably get a bit easier, but we still have some pretty interesting things in store for you. First, we now want to implement the upcoming page. So the upcoming page, should look somewhat like this. That means we have sort of a calendar up here, and we have our to-dos down here. And we will also be able to expand the calendar using this handle. How do we do this? Well, there is once again from the community a great package called React Native Calendars. It's actually from Wix. It is, well, a tiny bit challenging to use, but I will walk you through how to do it. So you can edit, simply install React Native Calendars into your application, and we probably have to rebuild our app then. Then we kind of need to do the same thing as we do on our to-do page. Let me check this. We want to get this. And we need to do a bit of grouping as well. So I will actually bring this in for the moment to our upcoming page. And then we can see, this should show everything as red, but we can import a bunch of things. So I want to now define on the upcoming page, a section has title, string, and data is an array of to-dos. That's actually also correct. This is not correct. This is my use save area. I probably don't even need the top stuff here, so we can remove that. But I definitely want to have, nope, I want to have the to-do. Can you just please add this from my interfaces? Nice. I don't want to have the use Drizzle Studio import. I would just want to have the Drizzle database using a live query. So selecting all my to-dos, filling the information, using a live query, only getting to-dos that are not completed. And I will now call these agenda items, because what we're using from React Native Calendars is actually called, where's the documentation? Here is actually called an agenda list or agenda. We want to use this one here. So this is an expandable calendar with agenda items. Pretty cool. And we can customize a bunch of things about it. But first, I want to make sure that I don't want to use that, that we use format, of course. And I want to also include the information about the project already here. Why am I making this? That's a good question. I want to just do this up front. So with project data, we'll go through the data here and do our usual transformation. Because we want to have some marked dates in our calendar whenever we have a to-do. And I want to create them here at the top level, not in a use effect. So we can create these marked dates, and you can import marked dates from React Native Calendars source types. And this will just be an object where we go through all the to-dos and check if the to-do due date exists. And if that exists, I will set an entry at marked dates using the current date ISO spring and splitting this. So it's pretty much like 2024/12/6 or something. Marked true and using the project.color. Now I will filter all the non-existing ones out. So this is just a little bit of preparation. Then we have the usual hook here, formatting my data. I could probably use with project data here, but I will leave it for the moment like it is. We're once again grouping the information by date. We went through all of this before. Then we have our list data. Then we're sorting the data, and I will finally call set agenda items to my list data. Now with that in place, we can go to, oh no, we destroyed the whole view. That was an interesting one. Can you please reload this? Okay, now on the upcoming page, we're gonna wrap everything here. Let's first place an empty fragment here. And up here, we're gonna use the calendar provider. So this calendar provider from the package should be wrapped around all the other things. We can already add the imports. So let's get the expandable calendar, the agenda list, and the calendar provider from React Native calendars. And then let's head back to the view because there are a couple of things red. The current date is today. Do I have a variable for today already? No, I don't. Let's just set that up. Okay, let's do const today equals new date. And I will actually use to ISO string. I don't think I have to split it. I think it should work like this. All right, this is my today. Marked dates are marked dates. You don't like that yet? Why do you hate my marked dates? I don't know exactly why. Because marked dates has the marked dates from React Native. I honestly don't know. I think they're correct. I honestly think they're correct. So let's keep it like it is. I also want to now finally include our calendar. So let's use the expandable calendar. And this expandable calendar will have a bunch of settings. Actually, the expandable calendar will have the marked dates. There we go. We have the first part. Nice. We already see some marked dates. That's pretty cool. As I said, we can now apply a few things. So I want to have something called a show today button. Show today button. If I do have this and we scroll down the page later, we will be able to go back to today. You see, here it is. I definitely also want to make this in my own theme. So you can have a theme object. And this is, by the way, where it got really challenging for me to figure out what's actually like required here. The documentation wasn't as good as I was used to from other packages. Let's call it like that. Okay, so today button text color. Yeah, it might. That was also the other one. I constantly had to refresh to see like, yeah, the changes. So now we have a black button, but again, I had to refresh first. I don't want to use this one. I don't really need that. I just need to close the view accordingly. Okay, and then below the expandable calendar, what is wrong here? Oh yeah, it shouldn't be closed. Below the expandable calendar, we're gonna have another one, which is now the agenda list. And for the sections, I will use the agenda items. But you don't like that yet. Let's see. No render item. Yeah, that's true. This doesn't have a render item function. Yeah. Usually, just like with all the things, it's not working if you don't have a good render item function. So to render the item, let's set up something using the item and then just displaying our good old task row, and for the task passing in the item. So we have done all of that before. You see, we just have a couple of issues with invalidate, where we do have our agenda list in place now as well. That was pretty fast, to be honest. We just have now some like general styling issues, I'd say. But overall, nothing we can't overcome. So where do we want to start? Probably with the expandable calendar. Let me bring in, I figured out a bunch of styling. I just went ahead and tried out all these things and what they changed in the view. So as you see, I save, nothing happens. So we need to manually refresh. Really not the best experience. But now we do have a bit bigger title up here. The text here changed slightly bit. I also want to hide these two arrows. So you can say hide arrows. And also when I select a day, I want to close this. Close on day press. Just making sure that all of these things are in place. And then once we go back, no more arrows, and I can just select a different day and it would close this view. Okay, We have the today button, that's cool. Expandable calendar, support for default props will be removed. Yeah, I think I had a little fix for this. Let me do this at the top. So you can do add ts ignore, expandable calendar default props equals undefined. Not beautiful, but it did the job, and I found this in this issue here on GitHub. So error under React Native 0.74. No, doesn't feel too good. I hope this package will be maintained in the future, because this is actually pretty wild. Like we just took probably 20 minutes or so to get this cool view with an expandable calendar, and we can select, and we have this agenda list with sticky header. Really, it is a great component. It would be a pity if this like is going unmaintained. Now finally, for our agenda list, we can have the same sort of styling. So here I want to change the day text color, the agenda day text color, and the text day header font weight. Again, we're gonna have to do a reload. Not really beautiful, but going here now shows up the list pretty much as it should be. Now the last missing piece is how we render this, because it's not calculating the date correctly. But you can define your own render section header component, and in here you got access to. I know we need to be a bit careful, because again, what we see as error is probably not always what we get. So let's just return a text foo here, and I will put a log to see what the section looks like. Okay, I don't even want to do it like this. I want to do it like this, and open up the dev tools and do a quick reload. Okay, so going to upcoming, this is what I see in the logs. So actually looks pretty good to me. And you see it's marking as red because the section types are somewhat incorrect. So therefore I had to come up with a beautiful fix using section title, section as unknown as string, because this is just a string in my example. And we can now get the according date by using the parse function from datefns. And then down here, I would call this with format on the current date. And I would like to use a string that looks like this. So I have this high dot in the middle. I just show up a little header styling down here. I'll probably use something like font size. Where's the 6 on my keyboard? Font weight bold. I want to use a background color of white. So you see right now it's not really white. This section header, and then we have the let's say padding horizontal. We always had something like 16 and padding vertical of 10. So let's do one final refresh here, and we're going to upcoming. We get an invalid time. That's perfect. So probably something didn't have a correct time. But I wonder how that's possible. So maybe we should do like if not section, we return null or something. Let's also do a little log in here, because that pretty much shouldn't happen. Invalid time value. Okay. Let's see in the logs. Can I confirm this? So you're going, let's close this. Going to upcoming. 25 November, Monday. Yeah, I mean, the string, the section title string looks quite interesting already. It looks like we don't even have to parse it. Let's see. I might have messed up some transformation here in how we store the due date, or yeah, it's here. It's up here, grouped by day. We're going to change this slightly. We're going to change this simply to a day grouping that looks like this. Yes, there we go. We got it. We did it. We fixed the section header. So now they show up the right date. I can also do one for the 29th. New task, add it to the list. It should dismiss, and it's added down here to our list. And I can also, of course, go here. You can now go somewhere. With this button, we can go back to today, and we have our beautiful list with sticky headers and expandable section. So I think this once again wraps up how great the React Native community can be. Implementing this on your own with all the stuff could like days, probably weeks. And we've done it in like 20-30 minutes with a bunch of customization. Yes, the package seems to have some issues and isn't well maintained. So again, it will really be a pity if this goes out of fashion, because the React Native calendars component to me is a great one. I really like it. Give it a star, maybe help out the repository if you have a helping hand over. And once we are done with this, there are just 2 more fancy things that we want to now implement in our clone. Before we get to the last part, we want to include a little special, because this is also what the Todoist application can do and what also many other apps can do, and that is having a dynamic app icon. This means you're able from inside the app to change the app icon. So simply run npx expo install expo dynamic app icon, and then we need to add a block to our configs plugin, which looks like this. To save some time, I already prepared this block. So down here, I got it. This is my Expo Dynamic App Icon block. And if you initially edit the icons, so icon dark green, blue, and default, they should be in your images folder. And they can just be referenced here as one default image and then having 3 others. So I have a dark, a green, and a blue image. Once you've got this, you need to rebuild your application and rerun it. I might actually have to do a new, I don't know if to have a new clean build or if it is enough like this. Can I also move this to dedicate? Well, we can just keep it here and then we should be able to see this. All right, so by now, nothing really has changed. Let's add a new page. Let's add this to our browse page. So let's add a new settings page here. And this is going to be my settings page, and we will include this in our layout. We can also close this now. Right, we did the Expo pre-build. This is what we need. We can then use this directly, and this is also what we want to see. So we should be able from here to click this button and then go there. Where did we define this button? Probably also here. Yeah. Hours ago we commented out this line, so we can finally use it now. Wow, that was like a lot of foresight there. Here we go. Yep, now we're able to go there. Okay, we got that page. Let's include it in the layout. So we'll just copy this over or do another one. Stack screen, this time it should be settings. Presentation will be modal. I will set my header transparent to true. I want to set the title to settings, and I want to have a header right button on which I can just close this fun. So let's do a button from React Native. Title done. On press, I want to call router dismiss. So let's bring in the router and add the import. And now let's use dismiss. And finally also our own color. So let's use the color from colors.primary. Okay, yep, this is how it should look like. So we don't need anything else from those pages. Only thing we need is the settings page right now. So I want to define a little array up here with our icons. So we have the default, the dark, the green, and the blue one. Again, I also want to use the header height using use header height, just like we did before, because we have disabled the header, so we need to do some manual calculation in there. And then we probably can follow this one here. So there's a function to set the app icon, and I probably also want to have something to. Can I also get the app icon? Yeah, you can also get the app icon. I don't know if we're going to use this. So I can now just set this to my own liking. Let's say const on change app icon. I will call set app icon to a specific string. I just want to make sure that this string is actually icon to lowercase, so we're not getting into any trouble here because we have uppercase. Okay, and I will also keep track of this. So let's say const active icon. We're using use state, and we could probably use get app icon here. Yes, just like this. So we could use get app icon. Isn't get app icon? Oh, that just returns a string. That's even easier. Then we should be able to get it like this. Nice, cool. Okay, let's do a little save here, and then we can. By the way, in this view, I also added a little box initially. This is totally unrelated to what we do right now, but I'm gonna show it to you anyway. Might be cool, little addition. So I'm gonna use some container styling here. Yes, please, style sheet container, flex 1 and padding. Yeah, we'll use 16, that should be fine. So now we should be able to see this page, good. And we also have the right header calculated. So as I said, I initially had another one to do the same GoPro stuff that we have on the previous page. So I will now bring this in just to reiterate quickly on how easy it is to use this. So let's just copy in the function here and add all the required imports that we previously had. Of course, why should you get them right? These are the imports. So we have our GoPro, and I could now just make a little component out of this. That would actually be my recommendation. I didn't do this. So let's add from React Native, let's add ionicons. And again, you don't really have to follow through with this part. I just wanted to give you the option to have this. And all of this is going to have some styling here for the Pro button. So now we would have a little update here, and I could click this and I would once again come to my cool paywall. Again, just a little tiny bit that I initially did. You can also, of course, find all of these in the linked GitHub repository. If you missed anything or if you need the assets, you will find anything in there or everything. Okay, so now we're gonna do some actions down here. So I will go through my icons, I will map through them, and I will create a touchable opacity for each of them. On press, I wanna call on change app icon, and they should include an image, oops, from React Native. Oh, come on, just import the image. It's not that hard. The image, and we have the icon.icon as the source, and we have a style. We could just also just say like width 60 and height 60 as well. So we got our icons in here. For the actions, let's do just a bit of background color here. Okay, this is actually a little transparency. I can't really see this. Why is it? Let's see. What kind of color did I use here? I mean, I can barely see this on here. I honestly don't know why I used that. But anyway, interesting. Okay, so the touchable opacity could also have some styling. Let's say style equals styles.button. Just giving these a bit more padding because right now it looks a bit dense. Okay, so we have these buttons and we can probably include a little text as well. So let's say after the image source, we include a text, default dark green blue, and additionally we might want to include if the active icon to lowercase is equal to the current icon to lowercase. In that case, we want to display a check mark. So by default, it would show this because this is our current app icon. If I now click on dark, what happens actually? That's a good question. I want to see some logs in that case because I recently noticed something strange about this. Let's see. Do we have a function to, or what is happening if we click on change app icon? Yeah, I want to also call my set active icon. Let's see, I'm going back in here and I want to try and give you the logs as well. So if I go for dark, we see no locks at all. Let's say after. I just want to see. Okay. So now I'm changing it to blue. I'm getting after. Okay. Let's see. This is not green. I can tell this is definitely not green. This is also not blue. I'm calling icon set app icon to lowercase. I fear that. Why is it not updating the app icon? I might have to do a fresh pre-build. That could be the case. So we're using this, we're setting our state here. We're just not seeing the update on the app icon. So technically, I think we did everything correct in here. Practically, we're not, because otherwise the icon would change. So let's do a pre-build here with the clean flag, -- clean, actually npx expo pre-build -p, whatever platform you're using, -- clean. All right, so that should usually regenerate completely your native folder, whether it's iOS or Android. I don't know, probably after the change to my app.json, although I thought it would automatically apply that stuff. And there's also the possibility, of course, that this is not working with the latest versions. Works fine, Expo, okay, 51, well, I don't know. In general, I would say it looks good. But let's try a new build and then see what comes out. All right, pre-build is finished, so let's check it out. Let's try dark. Yes, it works. And I can also go for green. Yes. And finally blue. Voila. And back to default. Works as well. So I really like this one because it's quite easy to use, but having different app icons, it's just like an additional thing to give your users. You can say, hey, go pro and get dark mode and different app icons or tainted icons or whatnot. It's just a little tiny something, and once again contributes to the overall feeling that people will have about your native app. All right, friends, this apparently is it. It's the last part of our cologne today, and we're gonna end with a big bang. So we're gonna end with the Reanimated Swipeable implementation. This helps us to simply implement swipe behavior on something like a row or an element. And there are a couple of examples, and we're just gonna go from here and gradually implement it because it's actually not too hard. So we're gonna do this right here in our task row. What we wanna do is we wanna bring in the swipeable, actually let's call this Reanimated Swipeable, and I will also bring in the swipeable methods that will help us with some typing issues. Besides that, I think we can keep it like it is for the moment and just go down. So what we currently have a view around this. Let's use reanimated.view. So we need to import Reanimated, of course, Reanimated from React Native Reanimated. So this is basically just an animated view because we will give that view a certain styling. This happens by using or by creating a style like this using useAnimatedStyle. And when we use the useAnimatedStyle hook from React Native Reanimated, we can then add this to an animated view. What I'm gonna do in here is actually we're gonna change both the opacity and the height at some point. For the moment, I will just keep it like it is. And we're gonna just use, actually let's do all the animation stuff here so I will not have to mess up with the rest of this component. So I wanna set up the height for the animation using a shared value. So a shared value is updated and lives in the native world, but we can use it from our JavaScript code. We're gonna do the same for the opacity. Actually, I wanna set the opacity to 1 and the height to, let's say, 70. And then we can use both of them in our animated styling object. We can just use the value and later apply or change this value. This is actually not related to the Swipeable, but I wanted to have it in here as well, because now what we can do is when we mark something as complete, we can now do something like this. We can change the value of our height. I want to do this, yeah, kind of with timing, but more precisely. I want to have a little object here using duration 300 milliseconds, and I want to use some easing. Like ease out. Okay, bring this in as well. And then we're going to apply the same here, 300 milliseconds in out using the easing. So this will decrease the height and the opacity so that when we click on this to complete the task, it should basically collapse it. So right now you see it's just instantly getting rid of this. This also requires us to wait until this is done. This is always a problem with animations and removing objects. So in this case, let's just await a new promise, which will resolve after 300 milliseconds. That usually shouldn't hurt really, because we play an animation during that time. And honestly, I think that's actually all. So let's give it a try. So you see, a lot smoother. So we close it, we animate the opacity, and then it's finally gone. Okay, this was the first part. That was actually, maybe it wasn't even the easier one. Now we want to have these swipeable components. We're going to do it by putting another component around the link. So we will use the reanimated swipeable component here, and we close it, of course, when the link component is closed. This won't really change anything so far. We need to apply a couple of things here now. We want to have a reference to it. So let's add const reanimated reference using useRef. And then we're going to use swipeable methods null, and then we apply the reference to our reanimated swipeable. Again, won't really change a whole lot. Now, more to this. We want to set the friction to 2. So this is once like when it starts to use the swipeable action. Then usually it sets something like enable trackpad 2-finger gesture. Oh, I'm not really using this right now, but we're gonna set it anyway. We will also only use it on the right hand side. So I will only set the right threshold that we need to 40, and you see it already begins, right? So by default, it scrolls out everything and we don't have anything in the background yet, but we see we have a swipeable behavior. What we now need are 2 things. So I want to render right actions. This is like a view that I want to render there. You can, for the moment, we can render this. So it would show up there. You see a delete button, right? Not too fancy, but it renders. And additionally, go away, I said. Additionally, to render right actions, I want to have a second one on swipeable will open. And I want to do a function, let's say const on swipeable will open. So let's put a little lock here, swipeable will open, and then I will apply it down here. So now when I do this, let's see, we should be able, right, at some point we would get that lock. And in the official application, there's just like a reschedule button there. So when you swipe to the side, on the one side, it will automatically, for that task, open up the date select. So we can do this as well. And this is now getting a bit tricky, because what we're doing now is, I will say, we need to use the same MMKV stuff that we did before, okay? So const previously selected date, set previously selected date, and then again use MMKV string, And we're gonna use, I think it was just selected date that we use across the application. So now when I swipe, I wanna set this. I wanna set this to my previous date, but I don't think it will work like this. I should probably say new date with my task.due date to ISO string. And if the task has no due date, I will just use 0 for the moment. Okay, this sets it. Then I want to close this. So I call reanimated ref current close. And then I will finally use the router to push, not the task details page actually. I want to push the, what do we want to push? We want to push the /task task/date select. Okay. Will this work? I have no idea. Maybe not. Let's give it a try. If I swipe this, yeah, it opens our scheduling and it shows the current date and the previous date. Yeah, that seems to work nicely. So now there's only one thing missing, and that is the actual UI, because this doesn't look too good. I think we can do better. So what we want to do is we want to add a little options down there. Let's implement this here. So there is actually like a little snippet here. If you scroll down on the page, for example, this one here. Let's bring this in. So they have something, function, write action, shared value. We can import shared value as well. Shared, can't we? Like this, yeah. Shared value. Then we have something going on here in write action, and we have some styling for write action. Actually, I want to, yeah, probably we can do this. Let's set up a write action styling at the end of our style sheet. Okay, so it should look like this. Height, a bit of background color, justify content, and padding. And we can now already use these write actions. They're not entirely what I want to use, but they should do for the moment. So render write actions, my write action. And this is, I think, not how I want to do this. Actually, it is. Is there any problem with this? Let's see. Okay, we have the first write action. It turns up, it's not beautiful, so we have to work with that. What I want is instead a little box, so we can keep this reanimated view. I want to set here my styling to be flex 1. If I do this, it will take up the whole available space. Now I just need to make sure that my icon that I'm using is actually in the right place. So I will place in another reanimated.view. This one will use some sort of animated styling. Animated style, actually, yeah, we're gonna have to work with that in a second. And it will also use the write action styling. I want to use this one first as like the baseline, and then the animated styling might change that. And within we have an icon name. Let's use calendar minus outline 24. Okay, that looks good. So if I start, yeah, it comes up there. We probably like want to disable this on Swipeable will open right now. This is getting kind of annoying. So while we work on this, I want to work with this. Okay, so far so okay. But this one here, this animated styling is now transforming our X value. So when I move this in, it should do something slightly different. I feel like it should not transform the X value at all. Let's do this again. If I now do it, what happens now? Okay, yeah, that's better. Actually, I think I want it like this, and you can open it for a certain degree, and then we'll just open up the calendar. But what I want is something special. And this is now problematic because you can't feel or see this. You can only feel this. I want to, when we hit this threshold where we would open up the calendar, I want to trigger the haptics, both if we cross it from here and also if we come back. We can't really use state because this happens in the native layer. And if we want to try to make this like sync with our JavaScript, it will get into a total disaster. So we're gonna have to set up 2 additional shared values. I will call them has reached threshold up. And this is going to be a shared value false. And then we're gonna have another one, const has reached threshold down, use shared value false. Now, my animated styling here can basically stay like it is. You can also see all these values being printed out here. The only thing I want to change in here is the background color. So I want to check if math.absolute, so the absolute difference of drag value is above 100. In that case, I will return an object where we set the background color to my secondary color. Oops, that was my one. Okay, colors, nope. Still, even after 5 hours, my own colors object. And in the other case, I will return background color, some grayish color that we currently see. Okay, so this is my animated styling. Where did I go wrong? Somewhere here? Yes. Okay. Should have a queue. Yeah, well, just reload. Okay, let's see. I can do this. It's gray. And here somewhere, you see, here, it turns into yellow. This is my area where we also want to trigger this little snap. So the user feels that from now on, if we release this, or she, if we release here, we would go back. We would have to be careful with that. At which point does it cause this full opening? Oh, pretty early. Maybe we should change this to like 60 or so. Yeah, I feel like we should do it a bit earlier. Let's do it here. We could probably define this as well on Swipeable called when the action panel starts animating open. Yeah, this is it. We should set this. So if I set this to 100, you see I could do it like here and nothing would change, or here and it would still close. So yeah, let's do the right threshold of 100 and then we can also use this up here. Now all the values are aligned. Now we just need to incorporate our haptics. So we can bring in, of course, the haptics. That's the easy part. And now we need to check, have we crossed a certain distance? So we want to trigger it and set these values. And then we need to run the haptics, which by the way are right here, still JavaScript. So we're calling them from JavaScript. So it's not as easy as you might think. We will do this by using use animated reaction. Use animated reaction. So we can react to certain changes. In our case, I want to return drag.value. So we want to react to that. Why did I mess this up? Okay, this should be these. Okay, there we go. So now if the value, let's call this one drag value to be precisely. If the math absolute of drag value, math.absolute of drag value is greater than 100 and we have not yet reached our up threshold, so this is still false in the beginning. In that case, I want to trigger the haptics and I want to set my threshold up to true. And of course, I want to set the threshold down to false. And the same is now in the other case. So if math.absolute of drag value is below 100 and the current has threshold down is false, I want to do the same. So threshold down is now true and threshold up is false. Now this by itself won't change anything. The magic comes now that we call our haptics. So you can now call haptics impact async, impact feedback style, I would say something like medium actually. And I want to do this here as well. Okay, so I'm saving this now. And can we just reload this here? Would work as well. And let's see what happens. Oh, try to synchronously call a non-worklet function impact async on the UI thread. And this is now once again these things that are probably kind of hard to debug for someone who hasn't worked with Reanimated. This happens pretty much on the native layer of your application because it's pretty much instant. We instantly get the drag values and we react to them. And we can work with our shared values because they as well exist on the native layer, but the haptics plugin does not. So we need from the native layer call the, which is kind of dumb, like from the native layer we now need to call JavaScript, so the JavaScript can then call the native functionality. I wonder if like with the new architecture there's an easier way to do this in the future. But for the moment what we can do, you can import run on JS from React Native Reanimated, and then I will just put my haptics impact async in there. So I want to run this on the JS thread, and I want to pass the impact feedback style medium as argument to it. And we're going to do the same down here. And now we're going to save. We're going to reload this once again here. And of course, I can't show you this now in a simulator, but if you deploy this to a device, you should now notice that once you hit the threshold here, it gives you once the haptic. I can now do this, and if I go back, it will give you once the haptic. So it should always work once. I previously had tried to like use state, and then you got like, it always made that haptic feedback because you got like an infinite loop. You couldn't check the values, the state wasn't updated correctly. But this is the real way with use animated reaction and two shared values that you can then accordingly update. So finally adding in our functionality again down here. All right, let's hit save. Let's do one last reload and then check it out. So I should be able to get to the scheduling pretty easy. I can still open them, so no regression. All the other functionality seems to work. The only thing I noticed that I don't know exactly why it happens, but when I start dragging, you see it shows this gray overlay and the icon here again. If I do it, okay. So really just like in the first press of this swipeable. I don't know if this is a bug in the gesture handler or Reanimated, or if I was using it in the wrong kind of way with a link, with a touchable opacity. But it felt to me, because now it is actually in the right place, it felt kind of strange. But nonetheless, I hope there's an easy fix for that. If you know one, please let me know in the repository, or if you notice that this is really a bug with Reanimated, please open an issue there and also leave a comment with a link to that. But with that, I'm set to inform you that you have once again finished one of the massive clones here on this channel. Thanks for sticking with me, and maybe try to implement some more functionality because we still got the search page open, so why not expand that a bit? Alright, and that's it once again for one of the big clones here on this channel. I hope you could stick around until the end. I hope you enjoyed our clone build, because I certainly did. I really like the Todoist app, and I hope I could bring you some of the like little things where you can like pass around things, like the colors for the date selection, or the different minor small things in this clone, but also the overall scheme of using SQLite with Drizzle, or how you can use session replays from Sentry, and of course how easy it is to use paywall features from RevenueCat and the whole user account creation from Clerk. So really, I hope you enjoyed it. I certainly did. I don't know, probably once again around 4 to 5 hours. I haven't checked, but I hope you enjoyed them. And if you got any problems, the whole code is linked below this video, as well as the link to the sponsors, which just help me. I'm not receiving any money because you click on those links, it will just show those companies that I sent you, and I can create more collaborations with them in the future. If you also want some more future support, check out my platform, which is galaxies.dev. I've said it a couple of times. It is 100% focused on React Native. You're gonna get the best and latest fast-paced tutorials and courses only on Galaxies, and with our Plus plan, you also get bi-weekly coachings and direct support from me. So check out galaxies.dev, all the other links that we use right below this video, and I will hopefully catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.